Well, a very good afternoon to you. You're right on time for this live broadcast of the National Assembly on this 22nd day of March, the year 2023. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the National Assembly this afternoon will be considering 4 motions in the order of business. They will be voting on the report of sessions of the Organizations of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly. This motion is by the leader of the Kenya delegation to the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly. So this is a motion that is lined up for consideration, and this afternoon a question will be put for members to vote on. This report was laid on the table of the House on the Wednesday, November 30th, the year 2022. The motion on the general debate on the proposal to Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders, a motion whose debate already kicked off on the floor of the House will be resuming this afternoon on that debate. The debate was interrupted on the Wednesday, March 8th, the year 2023 in the afternoon sitting, and this motion is lined up for a debate or for consideration again on the floor of the National Assembly. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A, subsection 5, various members will be asking questions for reply before the specified committees. The member for Baringo Central, Honorable Joshua Kandie, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration whether the Cabinet Secretary could provide details of the total number of foreigners issued with work permits in Kenya and the duration granted for such work permits. The member will also be seeking to know from the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to provide details of the number of status of foreigners whose work permits expired as at January the year 2023 and the actions being taken by the ministry to mop out foreigners who could be working in the country illegally following expiry of their work permits. Again, the member will be seeking to understand from the Cabinet Secretary on whether he could explain the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure foreigners are not issued with work permits for skills that are available in the local labor force in order to reduce the unemployment rate among Kenyans. This question by the Honorable Member for Baringo Central, Honorable Joshua Kandie, will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. The member for Masinga, Honorable Joshua Mwalio, will also be asking the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to explain reasons for failure by the Kenyatta National Hospital compliance with updated and applicable calculations of such pensions benefits and state whether the miscalculation results from the misinterpretation of the binding trust deed and regulations of 2001 and 2012. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, Twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeants, you may ring the division bell.
Well, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has directed that the quorum bell be rung at the commencement of the House. If the requisite quorum is not present, then a quorum bell will be rung for 10 minutes, of course, to give way to the members who are yet to walk into the chambers for the sitting to commence. And as you can see, members are walking in. And pursuant to provisions of standing order, various members will this afternoon be asking questions to cabinet secretaries, of course, for reply before specified committees. And the member for Masinga, Honorable Joshua Mwalio, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to provide details on the status of implementation of a decision on the Retirement Benefits Authority of 18th April, the year 2019, on a pension dispute, and subsequent ruling by the Retirement Benefits Authority Appeals Tribunal dated 21st April 2021, as well as provide a definite date when the affected retirees shall be paid their dues, which have been pending for years and continue to attract interest to debt. This question by the Honorable Member. Well, the quorum has been achieved. I will now hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamchi Menza. Good afternoon.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd of March, 2023, afternoon sitting. 1. Report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by Government of Kenya from 1st September 2022 to 31st September 2022 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on the implementation of the Linda Mama Program, National Health Insurance Fund. Performance audit report of the Auditor General on management of fishing activities in Kenya by the Kenya Fisheries Services. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022. State Department for Tourism, State Department for Wildlife, State Department for Cooperatives, State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research, State Department for Livestock, State Department for Social Security and Protection, State Department for Devolution, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication, State Department for Public Works, State Department for Public Service, State Department for Information Communication Technology and Innovation, State Department for University Education and Research, Witness Protection Agency, Kenya National Convention Bureau, Land Settlement Fund, Public Trustees of Kenya, Cooperative Societies Liquidation Fund, State Department for Cooperatives, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Teacher Service Commission, Kenya Urban Support Program, IDA credit number 613 KE, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Government Press Fund, National Intelligence Service Development Fund, the Judiciary, and lastly, National Youth Service Mechanical and Transport Fund. I lay the paper, Honorable Speaker.
Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 22nd March 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the other amendment number 2, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Abraham Kirwa. Give the Honorable Kirwa the mic next to you.
Oh, yeah. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the adjournment of the House to discuss loss of property and closure of business due to illegal demonstration. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I arise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the closure of business premises and destruction of properties during illegal demonstration in the country. Honorable Speaker, on Monday, 20th March 2023, the country experienced demonstration in various parts of the country, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Kitale, leading to widespread closure of business, destruction of properties, and injuries of citizens. Honorable Speaker, there is a great concern by many Kenyans that should this illegal demonstration continue on a weekly basis, as indicated by the organizers, we are likely to experience further losses of properties and even lives. Net effect of such closure of business and properties will have a negative effect on the already struggling economy, with the agitators and seeking to improve. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the kind of lawlessness being experienced in urban centers will lead to shifting of investors' interest in our country. The Constitution provides that for every right or freedom guaranteed, there is a corresponding obligation and responsibility. No one should engage in threats, lawlessness, and violence, destruction of property, and obstruction of activities by others in any other way infringing on their rights. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern and deliberate on avenues for the way forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you need 20 members to stand in your support. It is overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Order, you may take your seats, honorable members. You may take your seats. Order. Order. Honorable members, will after the next orders, we'll put the question at order number 8, then go to order number 9. Order, Honorable Wanjala, this is not a public baraza, this is a National Assembly of Kenya, my good friend. If you want to engage a colleague across the aisle, you go to the bar, give the ordinary salutation, cross over, and talk from there. It's more decent that way. So, Honorable Kirwa, after we put the question at order 8, we'll go to order 9. And when we conclude order 9, then we'll give you time to your motion. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Question number 063, the Honorable Member for Baringo Central, Joshua Kandie. Give the Honorable Member the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A5, I rise to ask question number 063 of 2023, and this goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the total number of foreigners issued with work permits in Kenya and the duration granted for such work permits? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of the number and status of foreigners whose work permits expired as at January 2023, and the actions being taken by the ministry to move out foreigners who could be working in the country illegally following the expiry of their work permits? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure foreigners are not issued with work permits for skills that are available in the local labor force in order to reduce unemployment rate among Kenyans? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Chairman. 2 weeks. Question 064, Honorable Joshua Mwalio, MP Masinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning to explain the reasons for failure by the Kenyatta National Hospital, KNH, superannuation scheme, DB scheme, to settle pensions benefits owed to the retirees and its non-compliance with the updated and applicable calculations of such a pension benefits, and state whether the miscalculations results from misinterpretation of the binding trust deed and the regulation TDR of 2001 and the 2012. Number 2, provide details on the status of implementation of a decision of the Retirement Benefits Authority of 18th April 2019 on a pension dispute and the subsequent ruling by the Retirement Benefits Authority Appeals Tribunal, Arabit AT, dated 21st April 2021. Roman 3, provide a definite date when the affected retirees shall be paid their dues, which have been pending for years and continue to attract interest to date.
Thank you, Honorable Mwalio. Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Chair. Give them 2 weeks. Question 065, Honorable Member for Central Imendi Moses Kirima. Give the Honorable Member the mic. I'm told they're having challenges with the mics.
Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question, Mr. Speaker, sir, is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. When will the disputed boundary between the Tharaka-Nithi and Meru counties along Central Imenti and Tharaka constituencies are going to be demarcated as recommended by the Sakare-Ogongo Land Task Force report of 2009 and further recommended by the Andrew Rigale Land Interim Independent Boundaries Review Commission in its report dated 27th November 2010. Second question. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why residents of Kiamuri B area in Central Imenti constituency are yet to be issued the title deeds despite all preliminary procedures having been concluded in the year 2003 and state when the title deeds will be issued? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Departmental Committee on Lands. Who is the chair? Inform the chair. Johara Ngeno, is he the chair? Nyamoko, Joash Nyamoko. Is he here? Inform him to bring the answer in 2 weeks. Question 066. Peter Salasia, member from Mumias East. Honorable Salasia, your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Could I have the question that I wish to ask the House? To the Cabinet Secretary to respond to this issue, because as you know, as you're all aware, is that everyone is asking when will the price of the fuel get.
Honorable Salasia.
Yeah. Oh, I just read. Okay. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, explain the manner in which importation of oil from Aramco Company in Saudi Arabia under the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the National Oil Corporation of Kenya, NOC, will affect the retail pump prices of super and diesel fuels in Kenya. Number two, would also wish to ask the following to the Cabinet Secretary to provide the details of the MOU, its impact on the Kenyan fuel market, indicate whether there have been any challenges with respect to execution of the MOU, and if so, how has the ministry addressed the challenges? Number three, to explain the long-term measures that the ministry has put in place to ensure sustainability of supply of fuel at cheaper prices as provided under the MOU. And then the last one is to explain any other plans that the ministry has put in place to guarantee continued affordable fuel prices in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, can you allow me to comment something?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Once you ask the question, Honorable Salasia, you wait for the answer. Then your comments and supplementaries will follow the answers that you'll get. Chair, Departmental Committee on Energy. Members of the committee, inform your chair, 2 weeks. Question 067, the member for Vihiga County, Honorable Beatrice Adagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I wish to ask question number 067 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary One, shed light on the alleged irregular appointment of the Talanta Hela Council and its committees and provide details of the form and extent of public participation and the interviews conducted before appointing members of the council and the committees. Two, explain whether the appointment of the members of the Talanta Hela Council and its committees took into account the constitutional requirement of ethnic and regional balance in public appointments. Three, explain the measures that the ministry and its related agencies have taken to ensure timely and meaningful remittances of royalties that are owed to Kenyan artists in light of recent reports of misappropriations of funds collected by the Kenya Association of Music Producers, KAMP, Performer Rights Society of Kenya, PRISK, and the Music Copyright Society of Kenya, MCSK. Explain the ownership of the Music Publishers Association of Kenya, MPAKE, and the manner in which MPAKE has utilized or distributed the more than Kenya shillings 100 million in royalties that it has so far collected on behalf of musicians. Shed more light on the applicable term of office and employment for the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Copyright Board, Kekobo, who has so far been in office more than 7 years. Lastly, explain the status and details of the ICT tender issued by the Kenya Copyright Board, Kekobo, in conjunction with the collective management organizations on 23rd December 2019 for the supply of National Rights Registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Yes, Chairman. 2 weeks.
Well guided.
Question 068. The Honourable Member for Kipkelion East, Honourable Cherorot Kimtai. Give him the mic. Mama Kericho Songa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My question goes to Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Number one, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Kenya's employment design, including within the government, has a predefined requirements for relevant experience in related fields for fresh graduates, thereby causing many potential employees to be left out due to lack of experience? Number two, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of comparisons of the outcomes of careers to which employees are recruited without experience for on-job training from the very onset, such as the uniformed officers vis-a-vis the careers which recruit from highly trained personnel but requires experience of specified periods before employment? Number three, Mr. Speaker, could Cabinet Secretary explain the evaluation tool used to assess the capacity to deliver for the fresh job seekers who have found it hard to maneuver in the job market, thus lacking an even fair ground to benefit and grow their careers? Number four, could the Cabinet Secretary consider developing a workable policy framework aimed at protecting young professionals and fresh graduates from being subjected to extreme job qualification requirements in order to boost an all-round career growth as well as minimizing unemployment of educated youth in the country, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kimutai. Chair, Departmental Committee on Labor. Can members of the committee inform your chair? Thank you. That's the end of the questions. Now, statements. A response to the statement by the Honorable Beatrice Kemei, MP, Kericho County. Chairperson, Committee on Labor, Honorable Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. After the statement was committed to the committee for consideration, the committee invited the CS for a meeting to receive and consider its submissions. However, the response was deemed inadequate. The committee thereafter resolved to proceed to Kericho County to receive submissions from the county security team, the management of the two companies, that is James Finley and Ekaterra Tea Estate, the shop stewards, and in addition, invited the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection to accompany it for the visit. The committee was able to hold meetings with the invited stakeholders, and Mr. Speaker, out of the engagement and from both oral and written submissions, the committee will be shortly tabling a report of its findings, which will come tomorrow probably. But Mr. Speaker, what the committee found out in Kericho was that there are policies. There are enough policies on sexual harassment and exploitation, but while there are policies, we found out that those policies are not fully implemented, as there is a disconnection on the reporting. Those at the lower kind of the company are unable to report on the issues to do with sexual harassment, either because of fear or intimidation. Then also, there is a challenge, Mr. Speaker, because so far as we speak, there is no complainant. There is no one who has complained about the sexual harassment. So even though there are those that have been adversely mentioned, we do not have a single person who has come out to complain so that the process of prosecution can begin. Then also, Mr. Speaker, we noted that we have only one labor officer working in Kericho and in Bomet. And Mr. Speaker, one officer is not enough to go and to address the issues to do with labor issues, including sexual harassment. So, Mr. Speaker, without preempting the report which is supposed to come to this House, we made our own observations, and the CS in the report, in the submission, made the following findings. One, it was confirmed that as per the provisions of the law, that is the Sexual Offences Act and the Employment Act, the two companies had put in place sexual harassment policies and elaborate structures, including informing the workers. Then two, the ministry officials engaged with the workers' representatives, those are the shop stewards and the gender committee members, and they confirmed that they have been trained on sexual harassment and were aware of what was expected of them. Then thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that despite the seemingly elaborate and robust structures put in place to prevent and address sexual harassment cases, the vice is still being experienced in the two companies, which indicate structural disconnect. There seems to be a cloud of fear in reporting to the managers and the tendency of some managers to cover their colleagues so that the matter do not reach the top leadership. Mr. Speaker, the county labor officer reported that there has never been any labor complaint or trained dispute on sexual harassment reported to his office by individual workers or trade union in the last 7 years. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, the ministry in the submission are committed to encourage initiatives to partner with other agencies to encourage workers to report any negative vices affecting their lives to competent authorities so that remedies can be found. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay I beg to table this statement before the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Beatrice Kemei, do you have any supplementary to follow up on that? Give Honorable Kemei, there you are, on your left.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to appreciate the Committee of Labor who went to Kericho on fact-finding. And as much as I appreciate, I think the chair was too brief, but I believe what he has stapled will be looked more into. And when the time for, I believe, Mr. Speaker, there will be time maybe to debate on the same. And however, I would say that what the ministry has done is sufficient and satisfactory. But from my experience with the workers, because at least at some point I joined the committee, is the fact that sexual harassment is real and to some extent has been normalized, so that some of these workers may not report the cases to the managers. There's also general perception that the people working in the tea estates or the workers in the tea estates are available for sex, which should not be the case. And many of them may not report because of stigmatization. There is that fear of losing their jobs, and that is why they may not come out to report on the same. So from the shop stewards, Mr. Speaker, there's a dislink between them and the managers, the workers and the managers. There's a very wide gap between the two. And from that finding, it is very difficult for the workers to go and talk to the managers. So that one makes it difficult for them to come out very strongly against this, the sexual harassment. And another thing that I also found out when we met with the workers is that many of them, they have their working conditions being poor, their pay is poor, so at some point they yield to those, to whatever advancements.
Ms. Kemei,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
What you should be doing, having listened to the chair of the committee, is areas where you need further clarity, you ask further questions.
Thank you. I'm guided.
That they cannot to respond either now or at a later date. As it is, you are also making a statement.
Okay, thank you. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. And my other point of concern is what the management has done in line with the issues of this sexual harassment. If it is real in the ground, what have they done so far that will make sure that it comes to an end or it is reduced, Mr. Speaker? And then the issue of the one officer of labor, what is the plan in line with that, with employment of many of them? Because if it is only one covering Kericho and Bomet, then it is very difficult, and they visit once in a year. So that one is difficult. What is the plan in line with that, employing more of this so that they are able to reach issues of sexual harassment among many, many others? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hassan Kamkunji, on the same issue?
Yes, and related to, first of all, I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's a matter of grave concern that the ministry responsible for this matter has not given this issue of sexual harassment, which is now an international topic. It was exposed in the BBC, a big BBC Panorama documentary, in which these cases were spelled out, and it has become a big issue to the two British companies that are involved in this particular issue. And then, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I did ask you in a statement, I requested that this lack of proper response to questions and statements by the various ministries that we have raised here is a matter of major concern, because it appears as if the executive, the cabinet secretaries, are not taking this House very seriously. For example, since October, I've asked not less than 5 statements, and I haven't received a single answer to them. And some of them are now becoming less topical. At that time, they were much more of urgency. So I had requested for your guidance on how we should address this particular problem, because I see here in the House that many of the questions or the statements are not answered to the satisfaction of the Member of Parliament. And there's no opportunity to interrogate and engage the cabinet secretaries directly or in committee sessions. So the point is, why would we ask questions and statements if the other side is not taking it with the seriousness it is required? Therefore, asking for your guidance on that and what needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hassan, I hear you, and your concern, you've raised it with me. Remember that the amendments to the standing orders for ministers to appear before this House to answer to your questions takes effect from tomorrow. But since tomorrow you are taking a short recess, as soon as we come back after recess, members of cabinet will start appearing here to answer your questions. In the amendments to the standing orders and the motion you passed here, you did say that questions that were asked before 23rd will be answered in committees. Now I will direct the clerk to compile all the questions that are pending before committees and furnish the list to my office so that we can give further direction to the chairman of committees, including your 5 questions. Thank you. Yes, Mother Wangari, Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karemba, you should take the supplementaries. When it's done, I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also want to join Honorable Hassan in noting that this issue was not a matter of Kericho. It was a national issue, it was an international issue. And matters sexual assault, Mr. Speaker, are not easy even for the women to report. And that is why you would see no direct complainant, because they fear for their lives, they fear for their families, they even fear losing their jobs, which are very scarce, Mr. Speaker. But my follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, is that we saw in that BBC documentary or expose that some same people who actually were harassing these women were reciting the anti-harassment laws in the companies. So my question would be, and follow-up question would be, what has these 2 companies done at all in terms of implementing their own regulations, in terms of summoning those managers, Mr. Speaker? And more importantly, the trust to our institutions, the DCI, just from that BBC documentary, and we can get even that reporter who is a Kenyan to actually be under oath. Can that serve as a way of starting instituting measures to stem this very rampant issue in that region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was one person, Mr. John Chepochok, who was notoriously mentioned in the submissions. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the James Finlay Company suspended one John Chepochok. He was contracted to look for workers. And he was doing that for a couple of years from 2017. But since, after the expos, his services were stopped. And then also, Mr. Speaker, then James Finley decided now to absorb all the employees and to employ them without contracting. So that is one of the decisions that was arrived at by the James Finley. At the Ekatera company, which is formerly Unilever, we found that the management was doing something. There were cases that had been reported, but each of those cases, Mr. Speaker, had been reported with the criminal investigations offices, and some were matters in court, some had been already dealt with, and others are cases that are ongoing in court. So we found out that this issue of the BBC expose was not the only issue that had been reported, but several other cases had been reported. Some have already been dealt with, while others are ongoing. Then also, I want to associate myself with the sentiment from the Honourable Member from Kamukoji that, Mr. Speaker, it is time now the CSS come here, because in their submissions, we found out that they are giving us very inadequate details. So when they come here, we will be able to ask them supplementary questions, and I don't think they will be coming here without being adequately prepared. Mr. Speaker, I have heard from the Honourable Martha, and it is true. While the women, the workers, and mostly the women in these two companies were agreeing with us that there has been sexual exploitation and harassment in those two companies, most of them who even have contracted HIV were not willing to come out and report. And the reason was they believe that if they report, they will be fired. Secondly, stigmatization. No one wants to be seen on TV and in the screens as having been one of the victims. But I also want to agree with the Honourable, because that is also contained in our report, which will be tabled shortly and possibly tomorrow, that investigations through our able DCI officers should begin with the person who did the expose. We are considering requesting him to be the person to be complained, so that the process of prosecuting those accused can begin, since right now we do not have anyone complaining. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Colonel Russell. Give the mic to Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question that has been raised by the member for Kericho is a gravitas question. It is heavy in that rights of Kenyans is being violated, maybe because they are poor, or maybe because they are just low-paid workers. The Honorable Chair and also the member have agreed that there is sexual abuse that is going on. Whether there are witnesses coming forward or not, I think this is an issue that must be investigated. The minister, this question should not be laid aside. When the minister comes, then this should be one of the questions that the minister must answer to this House. Why such violation take place, and yet we hide our heads in the sand just because Finlay is one of the major companies in Kenya dealing with tea, and they pay taxes. I think it's not about taxes. It is about the dignity of Kenyans that we must not look away. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Justice Kemei. Give the mic to Honorable Kemei. You may use the portable mic being brought to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. I also want to add my voice on sexual exploitation by the multinationals that are based in Kericho. Mr. Speaker, out of desperation, our people go to the tea estates to seek for employment. Mr. Speaker, we do not expect the two companies, and indeed any other investment in Kericho, to exploit our people simply because they've got no means of earning a livelihood at the moment.
Ask the chairman a question.
Chairman, we would like, Chairman, when you provide the answers, to specifically look at women that have been exploited in Kericho, and particularly those that come from Ainamoi constituencies, Belgut constituency, Bureti, and Sigawitsun constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oundo, Karemba, I hope you are recording. Give the mic to Honorable Oundo across the floor. Or give him, if the mic is not working, give him the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Luckily enough, mine is working. And I want to advise, probably ask my colleague, the chair, to probably, as he asked for supplementary, please add this question. Sexual harassment is not only confined to tea farms. It's not only confined to the agricultural sector. It cuts across the entire workforce where women seek work. What is the ministry doing to sensitize women, whether affected or not, to be courageous enough and report the cases to the labor officers? Because indeed, Honorable Speaker, keeping quiet only damages and entrenches the practice. But if the women can come out boldly and complain and stand up for their right, we'll eliminate these sexual violence cases. Honorable Speaker, occasionally receive complaints that so-and-so has refused to employ me because I've not accepted to his advances, which is a very demeaning, humiliating exercise. What is the ministry doing to sensitize women, build the capacity to ensure that women speak loudly on the same? Finally, Honorable Speaker, we have women reps in this parliament, 47 of them. Where is their voice? Where is the combined and concerted voice in respect of the rampant case of sexual harassment amongst women workers in this country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To be fair to the women, this question was brought by a woman rep of Kericho. So that comment is not entirely fair, Honorable Oundo. Elachi, give Karemba, you are recording the interventions.
Thank you.
And supplementaries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to the chair, I just want to tell Professor that this statement was brought in with me and the woman rep of Kericho. It was women who came to cry in this house. Mr. Speaker, my question to the chair, so that he adds, is one, this is an issue that is already in court in London. We have 2,000 workers of Kericho who have sued this company. We would want to know what the ministry is going to do to support them in their case that is in Scottish, and it's about to start in the month of April. Number two, even as we speak about all these issues, we had women who were affected with HIV/AIDS. We want to know, what is the government going to do to the officers who affected these women? Because even as we speak of rape, you rape and you affect is even more. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we are talking this in Kenya when we have the sexual offences bill, when we have many bills to deal with this matter. And therefore, as much as the companies decided to suspend the officers, indeed the officers, Mr. Speaker, must be taken to court. So I would wish the chairman to just ensure their case is being taken now by government. It is a huge case. Many workers who work in these tea farms are sacked the moment you start having back problems. You are now told to leave work. So we want to know, what are we going to do with the many workers who have left just because they became sick because of work? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Johanna Ngeno. Karemba, I hope you are noting all those. Yes. Give Johanna Ngeno mic.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to know from the chair what penalties the ministry is conscribing on those particular companies which are found to be actually promoting the sexual harassments. I remember, Speaker, one of the companies in the UK, I think it was James Williamson.
Is it promoting or condoning?
Condoning.
It appeared condoning much more than promoting.
Thank you, Speaker. I remember there's a company in the US, in the UK, Mr. Speaker, which is actually having an association, business association with the James Findlay and the Katera companies in Kericho, which actually disassociated itself from this company after this sexual harassment issue came up. That is a company in the UK. What have we done ourselves in our country, especially the ministry, so that the companies which are allowing their members or their employees to exercise this particular criminal activity are also banned or are given serious penalties? Mr. Speaker, secondly, this is an issue that came in light of machines which have flooded the tea estates all over the country, not only Kericho, even in Kiambu, in so many other areas, forcing so many people to be unemployed, and those few that go for those opportunities, they get harassed. What has also the ministry done, especially on that particular issue of machines, which have caused a lot of problems in this country, Mr. Speaker? As much as we would want to mechanize farming, we want to mechanize almost everything, Mr. Speaker, there are opportunities which are meant to safeguard the interest of the people of this republic, and we cannot allow that to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish the chair also, as a follow-up question, look into that issue of machines, which has actually helped out people who have been getting their livelihoods from these particular estates. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Naomi Wako, we should bring this to an end. Naomi, then Mukami, and then after Naomi Karemba, you can answer those. Then I'll give another three, Changamwe, Mukami, and the CTNA. Is there any other member who is there?
No, this is Naivasha, Mr. Speaker.
No, I know the difference between Naivasha and CTNA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important statement, motion. And I want to take this opportunity to also congratulate Women Rep Kericho for bringing out this matter that has affected very families and affected many women in that industry. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know very well that if the woman rep did not bring this out, this matter would have been still hidden up to now and even maybe forever. But she has taken a very bold step to bring this matter out and to expose the practice that is there. Mr. Speaker, women have been exploited.
Honorable Naomi Wako, this is ask a supplementary to Karemba, the chair.
Okay.
Now you are debating.
Thank you.
Bring a motion on sexual harassment and we'll give you time to debate on it.
Okay. Thank you. So sexual harassment has been there and many women have been affected. I just want to say that in this country it is practiced almost everywhere. So I advise the chairman to give this all the attention that it deserves, so that those who have been involved in that can be brought to books, and those affected again by HIV/AIDS through this act, then they can be given special consideration. That is my advice, and thank you.
Karemba, it looks like you will have to re-engineer your answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I am impressed that this issue is causing members to have a lot of interest in it, because it is a very serious matter, and we were very shocked, Mr. Speaker, when we went to Kericho and found out that there are so many women, more than we thought, who have been harassed and exploited sexually. And I want to agree with the Honorable.
Karemba, you have been asked about 3 questions in all those. 1, what are you doing about possible criminal prosecutions? 2, what are you doing about the offending multinational companies? 3, are you supporting the women who have filed suits in courts outside this jurisdiction in the UK and Ireland? And 4, there's a person you mentioned as notoriously mentioned, and then you crowned it by saying he's suspended. Is that suspension enough? Those are the questions I've picked from all the members. So answer those 4 questions.
Mr. Speaker, we believe as a committee that the suspension of one John Chepochok and his accomplices is not enough. We believe that the DCI should go ahead and prosecute one John Chepochok and those others that have been mentioned adversely in those reports.
Excellent. Your committee right to the DCI to that
Yes.
effect.
Yes. Then, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the case in Scotland, as I am aware, the matter is not directly on the issue of sexual harassment. It has to do with the workers have sued the company because it has exposed them to harm and injury, not specifically sexual harassment. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, those companies should be fined locally. We have seen the interest that we have gotten from multinationals, from companies from Europe and the US, who have questioned on the true cost of our tea in Kenya. And so we recommend, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Labor goes down to these 2 companies and inflicts them with penalties, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can we close here? I saw several, Changamwe, CTNA, Mukami, Naivasha. And who is the member at the back? Waluke. Let's have those, then we close there. Changamwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to ask the chair to satisfy us as to what the ministry is going to do, or what is the ministry doing to make the labor officers friendly and, of course, approachable, because all these issues are as a result of labor officers who are not cooperative, who are not workers friendly, and that is why nothing is actually known about this. So what is the ministry doing to make sure the labor officers in the field are friendly and are also approachable and are also helpful as well? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Mukami, was it? Yeah, Mukami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair, I wanted to ask you one question. I don't know whether you have watched that documentary. It is very traumatizing. Personally, it is my daughter who told me to watch that. And I want to ask you, now because the mothers have been affected with HIV, who is going to take care of those children? What are you going to do about it? What measures are you going to take as a committee to make sure that that is not going to happen in the Kerisho tea farmers again? Thank you, Chair.
Tarbo. Give her the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mukami has asked the same question, but nonetheless, I will emphasize it. One, I would want to ask the Chair, Honorable Speaker, whether there are plans to ensure that the other women that were not able to come out openly, to send a medical team to be able to assist them investigating and also help them go to the health centers or to the hospitals for further treatment, because I know there must be women who may have been affected by STDs and they are not able to come out to go to hospitals. Number two, I would want to ask to emphasize the question of compensation to the women who are infected by HIV. Is there plans or are there recommendations within your report that ask the company to actually compensate the families of those women who are infected by HIV/AIDS? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Naivasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I applaud Member for Kericho, this is a problem that goes beyond Kericho because of the stigma and shame. I would like to ask the Chair whether as a ministry they would consider that all sexual harassment cases on defilement or whatever can be done in camera so that women come out. Because women never come out. Even at police stations, they are not able to report.
There is already a law, Jen, that provides for that.
Thank you very much. I start guided. But this has, then they have to do advocacy because women do not know. That's why they don't come out.
That's where Aundo comes in. Now the women reps, the 47 of you, we finance you as government to sensitize our women to come out and report these heinous transgressions to their privacy. Please do your work and ensure that you hold public clinics, you hire lawyers, and you ensure that the justice wheel turns quickly against offenders. Waluke, yes, Waluke? Koga, I'll give you the last after Waluke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair, I want to ask you a question because you said that some cases have been dealt with. Can you tell this House, because the results are already out, you know the outcome of the case that were dealt with, to tell us how is the results of those cases that were dealt with? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lastly, Kogo, you'll be the very last on this. Karemba, be ready to answer. Honorable members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice to what is being asked to the Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, it would be important also for you to bring to the attention of the House what else is being done to other aspects of sexual harassment at work. We have had cases of sex for fish, which was earlier talked about at the plenary. Has this also been put together, Honorable Chair, with sex for work at the Kericho farms? And I can hear emphasis being put, Honorable Speaker, on the need for women representatives to be part of the sensitization program. A matter of sex is a matter of concern for everyone, And other than the women representatives, we have women members of parliament who represent single constituencies. So it cannot be overemphasized as if we were not in a position to do the same. So when this is done, let all the leadership, in any case, the harassment is done by the men. So let the men also be more involved in it, Honorable Speaker, so that we collectively put our voice to it as leaders. I thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that the issue of sex for fish has not been brought to our attention, and we would gladly wish that if there is such an issue, let it be brought before our committee, and we will expedite on it. Then on the issue of the supplementary questions, Mr. Speaker, this committee, I commit on behalf of the committee that we will forward the questions to the ministry for further information and submissions. But, Mr. Speaker, I need to mention that the labor officers are not unfriendly. They are friendly, but they are inadequate. I said that we have only one labor officer operating in Kericho at Bomet, and one officer is not enough. So what we have done is that we have recommended, we have made a recommendation to the Ministry of Labor to give additional labor officers so that they can be able to attend to issues to do with labor issues. Then, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the many women who have been infected with HIV, we have recommended the Ministry of Gender to conduct awareness campaigns in those tea farms, and not just those two, James Finley, Ekatera, and those other estates, because we have several estates in Kericho, Bomet, and other places in the country, working together with the women, the county women members of parliament, so that they create awareness to the women and also to men on issues to do with HIV and possibly what they should do to be in good health. Then, Mr. Speaker, looking into this matter and seeing the interest that we have in this matter, actually one of the recommendations that we were making is, since these issues have been reported for a number of years, and it is only just the other day that this expose was done, we are considering a full inquiry into issues to do with sexual harassment and exploitation, so that we can fully understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we give all the attention to this investigation through a full inquiry, we'll be able to get even more details that will be helpful to this House and to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted that the women in this House have really wanted to contribute in this issue, and I wish to invite them. We are going to table the report possibly tomorrow. I wish to invite them so that when the report is officially tabled, they can come in and contribute to the report. I was worried, Mr. Speaker, when we did an investigation in Kericho at Bomet, and I didn't hear the voice of Kewopa. They didn't speak into this issue, Mr. Speaker. I was very worried. I am glad that they are now very interested, and many thanks to the Honorable Beatrice Kemei for bringing that matter to this House. I invite all the women in this House to draw the attention to this report, which we will table tomorrow, so that they can help us, so that we help the women of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karemba. Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery of students from Tangaza University College, Lang'ata in Nairobi. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I wish to welcome them to the House of Parliament. That's the end of questions and statements. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of sessions of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States, and the European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now beg to put the question on order number 8, that this House notes the report of the 61st session of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific, OACPS, Parliamentary Assembly, and the 42nd session of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament.
Who is moving this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukami, before you move the motion like I directed, you'll move your motion, it will be debated depending on which comes first. If it is concluded before 5:30, then we will go straight to the motion of the member for Mosop. If you will still be debating by 5:30, we'll truncate the debate and go to the motion of the member for Mosop, and your motion will be stayed to continue tomorrow afternoon. You may proceed to move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion, report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House notes the report of the Kenyan delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, on the proceeding of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th February 2023. Honorable Speaker, the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament took place on 23rd October 2023 to 12th November 2022 at the Galafa Convention Center, Midrad, South Africa. The session was held up under the African Union theme of the year, Building the Resilience, Nutrition on African Continent, Accelerate the Human Capital, Social and Economical Development. The Kenya delegation to this meeting comprised of the following: Senator Danson Mugatana, leader of the delegation, Senator Professor Margaret Kamal, myself, Joseph Karasinga Majibo, and Hon Esther Mudhoni Pasaris. Honorable Speaker, the session was graced by the following dignitaries: Hon Leonard Ramola, Minister for Justice and Correction Services, who represented the President of the Republic of South Africa. Retired Honorable Dr. Sidie Mohamed, Tunis Speaker of the Economic Community of the West Africa States. Retired Honorable Fatou Lahi, Speaker of Palestine National Council, and retired Hon Baroness Patricia Scottrad, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. During the session, the PAP undertook swearing in of new members.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I'm starting on a point of order on starting order number 212D. Yes. And I want to raise to the attention of this House and yourself, Honorable Speaker, that the mandate of the Committee on Regional Integration, number D, is to examine the records of all relevant debates and the solution of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Honorable Speaker, it has become a norm in this House that such debates are brought to this House and they do not find their way in the Committee of Regional Integration, and we do not interact with any of this kind of debate, and none of my members even attend the delegation, and I want you to guide the House if it is in order, because last week, or the question that has just been put on order number 8 was also on a related debate. So in the past, my experience when I served in Regional Integration Committee, Honorable Speaker, in 11th Parliament, when I served in Regional Integration Committee, these debates and these kind of records always came to our committee. We debated, and so members were able to debate fruitfully here in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ordinarily, the rules are that we have to abide strictly with the standing orders of the House. It is within the same standing orders of the House also that when a member moves a motion, regularly or irregularly, you wait until it is moved and then seconded and then rise on a point of order to contest. So you will finish moving, it gets seconded, and the Honorable Chair of the regional body is going to rise and contest that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, during the session, the PAP undertook swearing in of new members from Kenya, Burundi, Mozambique, Morocco, Somalia, Tanzania to the Pan-African Parliament. The delegation from Kenya was sworn in on Thursday, 10th November 2022. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, a number of issues affecting the member states were deliberated on, including a motion calling for the cessation on conflict in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, as well a consideration of the document amending the PAP rules of procedure. Thereafter, the clerk made a presentation on the draft resolutions and accommodation of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of Pan-African Parliament, and in total 18 draft resolutions and 3 draft recommendations were adopted. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, President Shiv Fortune Cherubira, presented a performance review report that assessed the tangible achievement, assessed the performance, and identified the strengths and weaknesses of the institution. As it sets its goals for future performance, this move was aimed at increasing the confidence of African parliamentarians in the current leadership ability to effectively deliver on its commitment to revive, renew, reposition Africa's supreme parliamentary body. He underscored the need for Africa legislature to demonstrate the results of work that PAP was doing in order for them to win the support of African citizens. He stated that the PAP had demonstrated its relentless as it continued to undertake its responsibility towards enhancing peace, security, promoting democracy, and rapid socio-economic development of the people of Africa. He further stated the newly elected Bureau had committed itself to the rejuvenation of revitalization of the PAP as evidence of the achievements that had been recorded within its short period. Honorable Speaker, the PAP President explained that the results of the performance review report were anchored on the 4 thematic objectives of the PAP 2019-2023 strategic plan, which includes strengthening the parliament function of the PAP and the enhancement of knowledge management responsibilities on the continent. The report highlighted the following key initiatives and results: the entrenchment of the principle of rotation in election of the Bureau and Bureaus of the 6th Parliament of the PAP, hosting of the first meeting of the permanent standing committees, the strategic reorientation workshop for members of parliament, the development of model laws, participation in the 41st ordinary session of the Executive Council and the 4th mid-coordination meeting of African Union and regional economic communities. Hosting of the 11th conference of the speakers of regional and national parliament in Africa. Hosting the 4th meeting of Secretaries General of Africa Parliament. Hon. Sharabula stated that this initiative had yielded significant positive results for continent body and ensuring debate. The legislators' robust submission centered on ratification of the Malabo Protocol, budgetary constraints faced by Parliament, and the urgent need for parliamentarians to discuss issues aimed at improving the livelihoods of African citizens. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament adopted the following resolution on 4th November 2022. A draft resolution congratulating the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Tigray People Liberation Front on the signing of peace agreement. Resolution on solidarity, support to the government and the people of Republic of Mozambique. Resolution of Pan-African Parliament support to the East African crude oil pipeline project. Resolution calling for the immediate lifting of unilateral economic sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe government by the United States, United Kingdom, and the European Union. Resolution for ratification and implementation of additional protocol to the African Charter on Human People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Maputo Protocol. Resolution on roundtable on advancing democratic governance through implementation of African Charter on democracy, elections, governance, and enhanced citizen engagement. Resolution on labor migration. Resolution on Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Resolution on adoption of model on food nutrition in Africa. Resolution on model police law for Africa. Resolution on elimination of harmful practices related to the accusation of witchcraft and ritual attacks. Resolution on the promotion of ratification of the Protocol on Persons with Disability and the Protocol of Older Persons. Resolution on the formulation of a model law on labor migration in Africa, model law on gender parity in Africa, and model law on statelessness. Resolution on the promotion of Africa Union 10-year action plan to eradicate child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery 2020-2030. Resolution on development of model law on cooperatives in Africa. Resolution on the development of model registration on factoring in Africa. On behalf of my fellow members of Pan-African Parliament, representing the Parliament of Kenya, I beg to move that this House notes this report as presented. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg Honorable Majibo to support.
Who is seconding? Okay, President second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second this motion. And I rise to second this motion, Mr. Speaker, based on the importance and duties of this Pan-African Parliament in the African Economic Community as so dedicated and adopted, Mr. Speaker, having brought forward to the rules and regulations of the procedure on how to make that treaty, Mr. Speaker, that established the AEC to the Pan-African Parliament and the rules of the procedure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, I want also to come out clear that this Pan-African Parliament and its establishment, Mr. Speaker, it's actually to tackle the essential challenges that affect Africa. Essential challenges affecting Africa, Mr. Speaker, range from the diverse languages we get in Africa from the diverse colonialists that took Africa its interest, Mr. Speaker. You realize, Mr. Speaker, that Africa being one color, but we have different languages. Pan-African Parliament is aimed at looking at how to unite with the diverse kind of languages we have and make Africa as one. So, Speaker, also this Pan-African Parliament has also what it does to widen and deepen the integration of African states. And also, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the report that was put forward, Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament looked at how we can, as Africa, be independent from, Mr. Speaker, the sanctions of foreign nations sanctioned on Africa because of what Africa does good and deems good for itself. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Mr. Speaker, without taking much time, since I'm just coming up to second this motion, I had come to this level, Mr. Speaker, because PAP, as an institution, brought out the domestication of the international law, African domestication of the international law on how to put forward the labor movement and how we must be treated outside than here. Mr. Speaker, you realize that we have those who move from Africa to other continents to look for jobs and mistreated there so badly, Mr. Speaker. So this is part of the concern that was put forward, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament, which sits in Midrand, South Africa, Johannesburg, Mr. Speaker, has extended the invitation of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, in May, Mr. Speaker, to officiate the opening of its parliament to give Kenya, and that's how Kenya is given respect, Mr. Speaker, in the African continent. It's taken as one of the biggest economy in Africa, and we feel proud of it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Kenya was respected for presenting 3 women and 2 men, Mr. Speaker. It was given the respect in Africa for checking gender, taking women very serious. That's giving out the fact that we are given, and that's why we are respected from Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I come here, Mr. Speaker, and second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I propose the question, I would want to hear the Honorable Wenjuku Moria, the Chair of the Select Committee on Regional Integration.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If you may recall, 2 weeks ago we had a similar debate in this House that you have just put the question. And during my debate, I did put for record that it was premature to bring that debate in the House before it found its way in my committee. Honorable Speaker, if you read Standing Order 212, which my committee is founded on, in particular C and D, it is the committee's mandate to examine the records of all relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Honorable Speaker, it is my hope that the drafter of this standing order was in mind that the Regional Integration Committee is purely mandated to interrogate matters on regional integration, knowing very well that all the bilateral talks, all the bilateral agreements mainly originate from these joint parliaments. And as such, I'm concerned that this is a second debate, and therefore, I would wish that you guide the House, though I have written a letter to the Liaison Committee. Unfortunately, we have not been able to sit for the last 2 Wednesdays. So if you find it well, you may still guide me where I should execute this matter more. But in my view, it is premature for this House to debate this report before it is examined and interrogated by my committee. And Honorable Speaker, for purpose of strengthening this House, at times when committee members debate a report that they have interacted with, they shape the debate in the House. A member like Honorable Moreu may not be well informed about Pan-African proceedings, but when members of Regional Integration Committee, who are more than the two who are nominated, speak on these matters, the House will be able to follow the debate, and they can have more understanding, and they can debate from a point of authority and information. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg you give the guidance. Though I see quite members wishing to discuss on the same.
Honorable members, here is an issue that merits a communication from the chair. Indeed, Standing Order number 2012-212, sub-article 2D, does indicate, read along with 1, there shall be a select committee to be designated as a committee of regional integration. The committee on regional integration shall, and I want you people as lawmakers to understand the difference between shall and may. Shall examine the records of all the relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the East African Legislative Assembly. B, that's B, examine bills introduced in the East African Legislative Assembly and acts of the East African Community. Examine the records of all relevant debates and resolutions of the meetings of the Pan-African Parliament, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, and other regional integration bodies. Inquire into and examine any other matter relating to regional integration generally requiring action of the House. Generally requiring action of the House. The House is now acting on the report of the Pan-African Parliament, It is my considered opinion that these reports are supposed to be examined by that relevant committee on integration before it's brought to the floor of the House. Although this ruling is being given belated, and this is a matter, in my opinion, the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia and her committee should have raised on the floor of the House for the chair to give a ruling on. And in the process, we have created almost a quasi-tradition of debating these things before they come to your committee, including the one which was tabled, debated, and even the question was put and passed. But nonetheless, it's my opinion that a wrong is always a wrong, even if that wrong did pass before. And under the circumstances, I'm saying that debate on this matter is going to be adjourned until such a time that this committee takes order. It's going to be adjourned, and I'm not going to propose the question, because the moment I propose the question, it becomes a substantive business of the House. And then this report is taken to that relevant committee on integration, then subsequently brought to the House for us to continue with the debate, for the question to be proposed and the matter to be debated. We have standing orders in this House, and we have committees, and they're supposed to perform. And they're supposed to perform strictly in accordance with what they were intended for in the first place. Anytime committees go out there, parliamentary delegations go out there, before they bring the report into the floor of the House, it has to be examined by the relevant committee for it to come to the House enriched. So, next order. This report, this debate is adjourned until such time that relevant committee is satisfied with it, and then the matter is brought again for us to conclude the debate. For the questions we put on this bill. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10.
Yes, what's your point of? Honorable Millie Odhiambo, MP. I don't know whether it's Rusinga or Mbita.
Suba now.
Suba, oh my God.
Thank you, Mr.
Change
Speaker.
the name again. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the guidance and clarity that you have given. Indeed, I was a member of the Pan-African Parliament, and the direction you've given is correct. What I'm wondering is, given that it's already been moved and seconded, if the committee is going to examine it, at what point is it coming back? Is it a continuation, or the committee will bring it afresh? Because even in the past, it's actually the committee that moves the motion, not the members. The members contribute. So maybe you can give guidance that when it comes back again, at what point is it coming back? Is it being moved afresh? Thank you.
The Honorable Opio Wandai, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, whereas I agree with your ruling, largely, to a large extent, because we must also establish order and procedures that can stand the test of time. And I'm very convinced that the committee chaired by the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia is capable of doing that examination. Mr. Speaker, my only question is, what would such examination, especially of a report which has already been put together by a delegation of this House, entail? What would that examination entail? And what kind of latitude does the committee have in such circumstances? For instance, does it have the latitude to reject, to amend, or otherwise vary? What does the examination really entail? That is important, because otherwise you shall be giving the committee a carte blanche that they may be unable to see what to do with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Piondai. The standing orders were framed. And in this country, when it comes to laws, standing orders, traditions, let's always go back to the intent, the spirit, and the object of the framers of that. When in their own wisdom, or in our own wisdom, we were creating standing orders, we not only said examine the records of all the relevant debates, examine. We went again and said inquire into and examine any other matter relating. The presumption is that this Committee on Regional Integration will have to go through all these reports before they come to the floor of the House, enrich it, debate it within themselves, and only then shall it become a substantive part of this, or rather business of this House, for the House to debate from an informed position when the committee created for that purpose has put in its own inputs into it. That, I understand, I think, is the object of putting this into our standing orders. And it's very clear. It says the committee will enhance the role of the involvement of the House. Enhance the role of the involvement of the House. It is not left entirely to the delegations that went out there. And I want to agree pretty much with what Millie has said. In the intensification and the development of the integration process, it has to, this committee has that among other objects. So the examination is there, the inquiry is there, the enhancement is there. This committee has been given that role to look into these reports before they come into the floor of the House, for it to become a substantive part of this, and for them also to, in addition to it, contribute. Millie Odhiambo says that during her time, that actually the committee used to move this. I stand to be guided on that, because when I was here last time, which is 10 years ago, this was not the standing orders that we're using. We're using different standing orders. But it's my opinion in this case, both from a legal standpoint, from a practice also, that the committee is not supposed to do all the examinations, the inquiry, and the enhancement of the rest of it, of the report, just for nothing, for the heck of it. That committee must play its role in this House. And I direct, order, honorable members, order. I direct that this report be taken to the committee on regional integration, and this substantive, this motion, this business again, to be brought back. All that we're going to do is we're going to propose the question. The report does not become a substantive business of the House before it's proposed by the chair. Only then is when it's going to become a substantive business of the House. And once it's proposed, then of course everybody can weigh in. I thought we were putting this to rest, but Rosa Buyo, I'll give you the last question. The last, what do you call, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support your ruling, because two wrongs do not make a right. And standing orders were made for Parliament and by Parliament to ensure that our proceedings are in line with what we want to do. Mr. Speaker, I think that the fact that the chair of regional integration committee has brought it out, and has brought it out in good time, I think your ruling is apt. And if we are to ensure that Parliament sticks to its rules, it is the right ruling, and we must not be scared to go back to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members, the chair had said next order. So there was a little bit of a leeway that was given because of the fact of the matter. Wakili Muriu, what exactly is your point of order? I hope it's not on what the chair has already ruled on.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
And let's also not use this as an intellectual, exercise.
Mine was to give your hand a better glove.
Yes.
On your ruling. Bearing by the fact that understanding order 212D, it's clear. And as my colleague has said, Mheshimiwa Mboyo has said, making two wrongs does not make one right. And therefore, this is a house of rules, is a house of procedure, and I think the writers and the drafters of the standing orders are very clear that for a matter to become substantive before this House, the chair of that committee must own it and bring before this committee. So at least again, there is a wider consensus, a wider understanding of those matters. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to give you a glove on your hand, on your ruling, what you have said, and support it. Thank you so much.
Yes, that was actually raised mentioned by the Honorable Emilia Odhiambo, the MP for Suba, and I think that is an area which I totally agree with you. Order, honorable members. I think we've disposed of that business. If you stand guided, then what more guidance do you want? You've already been guided. Okay, go ahead. Kalasinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank your ruling. It is a ruling that opens eyes to a lot of things that we need to be following as procedure of the House. And Mr. Speaker, also we stand advised. When the House that we work for, this very honorable House, prepares an order paper and puts an item, it becomes the property of this House, only to be told late that it's not supposed to be. Mr. Speaker, this club advised us from the beginning. Even this did not have reached this point. Speaker, and Pan-African Parliament, you know it, is an independent parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, we stand guided, but that should be informed.
Thank you.
Procedurally, even the order paper wouldn't have been prepared to put this question, this statement here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not honorable member. Honorable members, as the communication from the chair by none other than this one is already done, but then by none other than the speaker, was that on the conclusion, or rather the moment we conclude this debate, which we have concluded already, concluded in the sense that we have deferred it until such time that it conforms with our rules, that we are going to go straight to a motion of adjournment by the Member of Parliament for Mosop. So now we are going to go on that motion of adjournment. I'll call upon the MP for Mosop to move that motion of adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I wish to move the following motion on the adjournment of the House to discuss loss of property and close of business due to illegal demonstration. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33-1, I rise to seek leave to adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding closure of business premises and destruction of properties during illegal demonstration in the country. Honorable Speaker, on Monday 20th March 2023, the country experienced demonstration in various parts, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Kitale, leading to widespread closure of business, destruction and properties, and injuries to citizens. Honorable Speaker, there is great concern in many Kenyans that should this illegal demonstration continue on a weekly basis, as indicated by the organizers, we are likely to experience further losses of properties and even lives. The net effect of such closure of business and properties will have a negative effect on the already struggling economy, which the agitators are seeking to improve. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the kind of lawlessness being experienced in urban centers will lead to shifting of investors' interest in our country. The Constitution provides that for every right or freedom guaranteed, there is a corresponding obligation and responsibility. No one should engage in threats, lawlessness, violence, destruction of property, and obstruction of activities by others, or in any other verifying infringe in their rights and freedoms. And as such, Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear, because on August the 9th of 2022, this country, Mr. Speaker, had an election. And we had a president who was confirmed as the president of this republic. Mr. Speaker, the loser of the election decided to move to the Supreme Court, and in the Supreme Court, it was affirmed that the winner, for sure, was the winner of the election. And as such, Mr. Speaker, the issue of calling for demonstration and this illegal demonstration throughout the country is causing a lot of anxiety, is causing a lot of destruction of properties unnecessarily, Mr. Speaker. So I appeal, and I am seeking the Inspector General, the Cabinet Secretary of Interior, to enforce law to its maximum. Because this weekend, or the last 2 days, this weekend, Mr. Speaker, on the 20th, that was on Monday, properties in Kisumu was burned, looting took place, we ended up losing millions of shillings in the process, and it wasn't necessary for us to go through that route. Because according to Article 37, Mr. Speaker, and I will read it here, it says, every person has the right to peaceful and armed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. Your Honor, this particular article was infringed because it was not peaceful. There was loss of property. Some lives were lost. And as such, with the loss of such, then it was illegal. And as such, the party and the leadership that led the demonstration should be made liable to pay the damages, Mr. Speaker. The party and the leaders who organized and led the demonstration should be liable to take care of it. We lost about 2 billion shillings here in Nairobi because so many businesses were closed. Many people didn't go to their jobs. Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, they stayed in their homes. So they lost so much revenue. And as such, this demonstration, Mr. Speaker, has been going on every year when someone loses an election.
What's the point of order? The MP for... Order. Order. There's a point of order. Yes. Can you give the mic to the Member of Parliament for...
Honorable Chair, I know we shall substantively discuss this at the right time, the issue that has been advanced by my colleague here, but he talks about a particular amount of 2 billion shillings. Can he substantiate by providing data as to who carried out the valuation and arrived at 2 billion shillings as the amount that was lost on Monday, Honorable Speaker? I thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, the damages that the country incurred due to illegal demonstration in various parts of this country is in excess. If we were to call all the retailers who closed their businesses for fear of looting, because there were businesses that were looted and they lost millions. But we are talking of about a country-wide where we lost a lot of money. In excess, if we were able to just, it would be more. But my appeal and my request is that the individuals who organized, the individuals who led, which is in this case the leaders of Azimio party, should be held responsible to pay for the damages. Because if this continues on a weekly basis, Mr. Speaker, it will bring this country to a standstill. And as such, as responsible leaders, then measures has to be put in place to make sure that nobody wakes up one morning just because they lost an election and say, I'm going to go to demonstration. Because if we did an election and for sure we had a winner, democracy may not be the best system, but it is the best that we have. If you compare it to socialism, tyrannism, and many other systems, democracy is the best. And it says, once we've declared a winner, then the rest of the losers have to accept, and we move until the next election. But it has become a pattern that when someone loses an election, the next thing he does is to call a demonstration so that they can either have a portion of the government. So the only option is to have them pay or compensate the losers or the people who are losing their property, their businesses, and even lives. Because what is the government doing? The IG, Inspector General, has been given responsibility to make sure and enforce that there is peace in the country. So that if there is such demonstration that is illegal and also not peaceful, they should be able to enforce law, arrest those people who exactly are doing the demonstration, who are causing mayhem, because if it was peaceful, we could not have lost life. If it was peaceful, they would not be looting. If it was peaceful, people would not be closing their businesses. So I urge the CS of Interior, I urge the the IG to continue to make sure the rest of the Kenyans will continue to enjoy their rights to live in this country and do business in this country. Mr. Speaker, this week there were some investors who were present in the country. When this chaos started and demonstrations started, they decided to get their tickets and go back. And they decided Kenya may not be the best place to invest. And as such, Mr. Speaker, if we continue to lose tourists, if we continue to lose investors, when is this economy going to recover? Why do we allow one individual or a few individuals to continue to cause instability, to continue to cause loss of revenue? And we know the claims that they are saying that we want the servers to be open. The servers are there. You go to the website of IEBC, you'll be able to see the results that was declared at the polling station are the forms that you will need. There is nothing like a server to be open. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to continue to urge the government that is in place to instill and make sure the peace is prevailing in this nation. We cannot agree every week we are closing businesses. Every week we are not able to do anything in Nairobi, in Eldoret, in Kisumu, just because somebody has declared it is a public holiday. So let's go and demonstrate. As such, I am just requesting that we continue to discuss as we discuss this particular motion, but in real facts, we want the Inspector General, the police all over the country, and I want to commend the police, regardless of all the pressure that they were putting, all the demonstration.
Well, yeah. You have run out of time. Fair enough. Order. You can have one additional minute.
I was asking for addition, but Mr. Speaker, allow me to just thank you and end here. As we say, we need peace in this country. Let's demand that the organizers and the leaders of the demonstration to compensate those losses, and also all the businesses that lost their revenue to be compensated by the party and the leaders of the demonstration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, each one of you, I think, will have 5 minutes. The mover had 10 minutes, am I right? Yeah, he had 10 minutes. The MP for Sotik, Francis Sigay. Ordinarily, I don't know how the system has changed it, but you would want to seek somebody to second you. Yes. You did not seek. Yeah? There's no second in this, under this. Okay, fair enough. Opio Wandai, leader of minority.
Down.
Order.
I have the mic.
A lot has changed for the period I've been away, so you.
Mr. Speaker, I suppose I've got 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, you want the Speaker?
See, Honorable Wandai.
I'm addressing the Speaker.
Order.
Relax. What is itching you?
Order.
Don't be itched. Unnecessary.
Order, Honorable Wandai. Order. Honorable members. Order. Baya. Honorable members, it will be my pleasure to send as many members of parliament out of this house as are going to be unruly. And I'm warning both sides. You address the Speaker. You don't address one another across the aisle. And if that should happen, it's not going to matter whether you are the leader of the minority here or whether you are Owen Bayer, the deputy majority leader. I will send you out of the house. Order, honorable members. Opio and I proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Let me start, perhaps, by reminding ourselves. You know, in this country, Mr. Speaker, there are people who perhaps have not yet internalized the import of our very progressive 2010 Constitution. And therefore, they are perhaps living in the past. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 37 of our Constitution are so clear, are so unambiguous, that they require no further interpretation. Even a lay person would tell you that that article of the Constitution gives Kenyans unfettered rights to go about their business of demonstrating, picketing, and expressing themselves in whichever they want, whichever way they want. The Speaker, therefore, any other statute law or edict by whomsoever, including the police service, that purports to suspend or otherwise deny the enjoyment of the right enshrined in Article 37 of the Constitution is unconstitutional, null and void ab initio. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I want to suppose, perhaps, even if there was any element of illegality in the mass action of Monday, 20th March, it is not for the National Police Service or any person or any other person to proclaim that illegality. The National Police Service and Mr. Sri Bungei has got no authority whatsoever under the Constitution to declare any meeting or any mass action illegal. If he felt the mass action was going to be illegal, the best thing would be to go to court and seek appropriate orders. And therefore, that's why I'm saying there are people in this country who are still living in the past. These are basically the Kanu Nyayo era hangovers, which have taken too long to shed off, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to submit that the Monday event was totally and properly constitutional and legal. Mr. Speaker, the mass action of Monday only turned violent because of the violent intervention by the police. And for this, we must hold the police, the particular police officers, and those who sent them. We must hold them personally liable and accountable. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must now set a precedent that in this country, if you cause a violation of the law in the manner the police did on Monday, you must be held to account at a personal level. Mr. Speaker, we have said, and that I'm now talking on behalf of the Azimio La Umoja coalition party, we have said time and again, and we did give notice, a notice of 14 days for such specific conditions, 3 specific conditions to be met. At the expiry of that notice, there was no response. And therefore, we commenced the mass action. Mr. Speaker, one of the conditions, Mr. Speaker, those conditions are: 1, open the server. If you insist you want, open the server, or cause it to be opened for Kenyans to see for themselves. 2, reduce the cost of living now by introducing back the subsidies. 3, involve all stakeholders in the reconstitution of the IBC. Those were the 3.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Opio Wandai. Whereas I would be glad to allow ranking members of the House additional time. Order, honorable Opio Wandai. Order, whereas I would be glad to do it. Could you take your seat? In this matter, order. In this matter, it says adjournment on definite matter of urgent national importance. 33.4. No member speaking on a matter under this standing order shall speak for more than 5 minutes without the leave of the House, except that the mover may speak for 10 minutes. It doesn't matter whether you're going to be the majority leader or the minority leader or a ranking member. Order. It's order, honorable. Order, honorable. Opiang Odai. Order. Order, 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 order. Order, 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 order. Order, order. Honorable members, my hands are tied because it says no member. Order. Order, order. Order, order. Honorable members, order, order, order. I admit it was a mistake. Order. Order, 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 order. Order. What's your point of order? Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. And I see it is indeed true what you are saying, that 33(4) says no member speaking on a matter under this standing order shall speak for more than 5 minutes without the leave of the House, except the mover may speak for 10 minutes. Honorable Speaker, with all due respect and begging your indulgence under standing order number 1, I would request that we move the House then to give leave to the House for the leader of minority and the leader of majority to speak for at least 7.5 minutes with the leave of the House.
On matters, order, on matters, order. Honorable members, please, no, Honorable Rosabuyu. Order, Honorable Kimani Chungwa. Order. One more interruption. I promise you I will do what I've done many times before. And you will see this house different. One more interruption. Order. Honorable members, the chair accepts. Before my attention was drawn to the provisions of the standing order, I intended to give a leeway to members, ranking members, and members who have positions in this house. Minority member being one of them, minority leader being one of them, majority leader, and all of you. But right now, the clerks at the table have drawn my attention to this. Like I said from the beginning, order, Honorable Opio Wandai. Order, order. For God's sake, if you want to accept me to give a minute, half a minute more for any more, you will wait until doomsday for me to do that. So don't even try. And I'm telling you all, it has been drawn. It has been drawn to my attention. It was a mistake. 2 mistakes do not make a right. Order. 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 Order, order, order. Honorable members, Honorable Member Kimani Chungwa, you have exactly 5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to spend a lot of time. I'll try to work within the 5 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that this country is suffering because of these demonstrations. And it's also true, Honorable Speaker, that the Constitution allows everybody to picket in a peaceful manner and express themselves, but without interfering with the rights of other Kenyans to also conduct their businesses as they should. Honorable Speaker, I hear what the leader of minority has said and what their leaders are saying, that you want the server to be opened. Which server do you want to be opened that was not opened and you did not demand to be opened at the Supreme Court? You want us to reconstitute IEBC involving all stakeholders. What other stakeholders other than those that are stipulated in the Act of Parliament that was crafted, authored, and approved by this House under the leadership of the handshake regime led by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, who today are the sponsors and the puppets being utilized
to
What's your
destroy
point of
our
order?
economy.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Order. What's your point of order?
Within the 5 minutes, Honorable Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I did not come here to listen to lies by the majority leader. It is true that the act was amended.
What is not in order?
The act was amended by the same regime that is now claiming that we cannot be party to what was going on. So in January, that amendment was made. So let him talk on the repealed act by themselves, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Kimani Chungwa.
Honorable Speaker, I hope you replenish that 1 minute wasted on unnecessary things. Because the member for Nyando sat in this house in the 12th Parliament when the IEBC Act that we are talking about to establish a panel was passed in this house. And it is true, it was authored under the handshake regime by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta, the sponsor of Raila Odinga today in the demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, it is also true and a fact of life that in the 13th Parliament, we amended that act in line with the court judgment. And it is so shaming and embarrassing that I saw the Honorable Raila Odinga lying to Kenyans that the members of parliament in his coalition were never involved in this particular amendment. We were all here. It is on Hansard. You contributed to the debate. When the act went to the Senate, there are even Azimio members who purported to move amendments to remove the 2 commissioners who were being given to the Interreligious Council to give them to political parties, as happened under the IPPG setup. But, Honorable Speaker, I am saying it is preposterous for the Azimio team, led by their sponsor and the puppet, Honorable Speaker, to be taking this country through what I have described as urban banditry and economic terrorism on the pretext of demonstrations for things that are outside extra-constitutional, things that are outside our statutes, things that are outside our own constitution. How do you expect the country to reverse what has already been done through a constitutional process and a legal process that you participated in? How do you expect the president now to act ultra via the constitution? You expect the president to now reverse the constitution of the IBC panel outside of the constitution and out of the established law. Honorable Speaker, we must be a nation governed by laws. And I know the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Raila Odinga, with all due respect to him, pretends to be a Democrat, but he is nothing short of an economic terrorist and an urban bandit, terrorizing Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and we want to tell him this behavior shall come to an end.
Order.
It has been there before, Honorable Speaker, and it will come to an end, Mr. Speaker. It shall come to an end. You cannot...
Order. Order. Honorable Wandai, you are a senior member of this House. When you ask for a point of order, you have to wait to be given that point of order. Order. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Can you wait for me to give you your point of order? Mheshimiwa MP for Nyando, if you stand on your feet. Order. Honorable members, when you ask for a point of order, you give an opportunity to the speaker. Order. Rosa, order. You give an opportunity for the chair to notice you and to give that a chance. Honorable Opia Wandai, please sit down until you are given the point of order, unless you are addressing a gallery outside this House. Order. The MP for Nyando, please, you will remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Because I am on... You will remain out of the House for the... You will remain out of the House for the remainder of the day. Sergeant at Arms will... Order.
Honorable the MP for Nyando. Order, Sergeant at Arms. Order, Sergeant at Arms. Don't touch the Honorable for Nyando until I've given you that authority. MP for Nyando, please remain out of the house for the remainder of the day. Order. You cannot transact any business. If any, order. Can you sit down? Can you take your seat? Take your seat. MPs. I don't know what you have reduced this institution into. I am not causing the problem. Order. MP. Order. The MP, Cherorot, you will remain out of the house for the remainder of the day. You cannot engage members across that. Anybody who decides to flout the rules, if it's going to take me throwing all of you out, I'll throw you out. I am a servant to the rules. The MP for Nyando, can you get out of the house? Order. Cherorot, out of the house. Order. Ask for a point of order, wait to be given. Don't jump up and down the way. I was going to give you a point of order, but you keep on jumping up and down like a child. Order. Honorable member for Nyando, can you get out of the house? Proceed. The Honorable Opia Wandai, what is your point of order? When you rise on a point of order, you wait for the Speaker to give you
Mr. Speaker, you know, this House is fast degenerating into what I would want to call very, very latently as a kangaroo institution. Mr. Speaker, we have been told many times, and there has been a tradition in this House, that you don't impute improper motive on a person who has got no capacity or opportunity to defend themselves in this House. Regardless of what personal issues...
Raise the point
I'm
of
raising
order.
it, Mr. Speaker. What is the hurry, Mr. Speaker? Regardless of what personal issues Honorable Chungwa might be harboring against Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta and that Honorable Raila Odinga. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Chungwa would refer to Honorable Raila Odinga as an urban terrorist, Mr. Speaker? Is that in order? Is that in order? Is that in order? Can you rule him out of order and ask him to withdraw and apologize? Yeah, thank you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I want us to treat this institution for exactly what it is. It's an August House. And each and every one of you, as many as possible, will have an opportunity to weigh in on this adjournment motion. Please, and I'm begging you as members of parliament, because this institution belongs to us all, and the country and the 50 million Kenyans are looking unto us for us to keep our dignity. When you rise on a point of order, you say point of order, you wait for the chair to notice you and to give you the opportunity. When you don't like what somebody has said, don't shout across the aisle. Just rise on a point of order. If we denigrate and destroy the dignity of this House, we are destroying our own dignities because we are the ones who constitute the House. I want to tell members of Parliament, it is a tradition of this House that you avoid as much as possible attacking people who cannot defend themselves on the floor of the House. Don't impute any improper motive, although the withdrawal itself, as much as possible, is when you impute improper motive on a fellow member of Parliament. There is no an express provision in the standing orders that says because you have imputed improper motives on somebody outside the House that you have to withdraw. That is not there. So what we do, Rosa, please. So, I am sure you have exhausted your time. Because of the melee. Eh? Does he have some more time? He does not have any more time. Inyikal, order, you have exhausted. It's exhausted, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, noise and name calling will not serve this House. Demonstrations and picketing are in the law, in the Constitution. And when it is going on, it is the duty of the police to maintain order. What happens in a demonstration depends on two groups of people, the demonstrators and the police. And there are evidence in history, like in the Selma March in the United States in the 60s, the black people were marching very peacefully. The people who were causing the violence were the police and police dogs. They achieved what they wanted. What happened here on Monday? Mr. Speaker, I was at KICC. We were sitting at KICC. There's nothing we were doing. The police threw tear gas. What was the reason? Mr. Speaker, in the afternoon when we were going through Madare and Isli, the people were basically not, they were listening to the speeches. They didn't even throw a stone. The police started putting tear gas and water cannons. In town, the police were attacking any group of people, regardless, and actually robbing some of them. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened on Monday, the chaos that we saw, at least in Nairobi, is totally attributable to the police. We were determined to have peaceful demonstrations. So, Mr. Speaker, nothing will stop these demonstrations until the issues we are talking about are addressed. And if the police wants to cause chaos, let them cause chaos. We shall remain peaceful. Mr. Speaker, let it also be known there's a simple principle in life and in this parliament. Let the minority have their say as the majority have their way. Mr. Speaker, if we reduce this House to the mood of the House,
is it a serious point of order that has something to do with the order of the House? What's the order? What's the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you know I will not rise on a frivolous point. I rise on Standing Order 87. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the Honorable Rosa Buyu, I think she has listened to what the Honorable Nyikal has said. Honorable Speaker, because Standing Order 87.2 says that it shall be out of order to introduce an argument on any specific question upon which the House has taken a decision during the same session. Honorable Speaker, you know we made a decision on the IEBC Amendment Act as a House, Honorable Speaker. And listening to what Professor Nyikali is saying, amongst the issues they mentioned is a review of that particular act approved, enacted by this House, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, unless the Honorable Nyikal can then substantiate, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kimani Chunga, order. Please take your seat. Proceed, Honorable Nyikal, and finish your argument. The debate.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying, if we want peace in this country, let the principle which says, let the minority have their say and the majority have their way. If we get into a situation where the mood of the House stops them from debating difficult issues, we have no other option but to go and discuss them in the street. And that is what we shall do. Mr. Speaker, nature also says, those who have more will be expected of them. If you have more power in your hands by whatever way you get it, it is your duty to make sure there is peace and order in the country. And if you fail to do so, we shall continue. Monday is on.
Order. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, standing order number 87. 1, neither the personal conduct of the President nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or a representative in Kenya of any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office dependent upon a decision of the House shall be referred to adversely except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given. The personal conduct of the President, and all this I've mentioned. 2, it shall be out of order to introduce an argument or any specific question upon which the House has taken a decision. This one is not relevant for now. It shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language, whether in respect of the members of the House or any other person. 4, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member or a senator except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of the member or the senator. It shall be out of order for a member to criticize or call to question the proceedings in the Senate or the Speaker's rulings. No, this is irrelevant to the Senate, except as the Speaker may otherwise allow. It shall be out of order for a member to refer to an extract from print or electronic. This is also the media. What I'm basically trying to say is that, as much as possible, do not impute improper motives on anybody. You can substantively say that this and this and this is the conduct of so and so. You can talk about the official conduct of the President, but you cannot talk about the personal conduct of the President. So basically, let us just maintain ourselves within the purview of this, as standing order number 87. For a member of Parliament, without a substantive motion, you cannot impute any improper motives. Honorable Njukumu here.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. And I just wanted to raise a point of order because I was getting scared when Honorable Nyika was speaking because he was really using his hands, and I thought he's now to demonstrate here in the House. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this motion. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that we all belong to this country. We do not have anywhere else to go if this country burns. And for that reason, it is paramount for all leaders, whether in opposition or government, to consider peace as the utmost important item in the lives and livelihoods of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, having said that, demonstrations are allowed in the Constitution, and now Article 37 is very popular. But when you read, it is written that you shall do it peacefully and without being armed. And Honorable Speaker, when you are looking at our TVs, we saw quite a number of youths who were armed. In fact, Honorable Speaker, there was a video going around where we saw some stones being sold at a cost of Kenya shillings 20 bob. And this kind of intention beats the logic of the demonstration. So as a leader in this country, Honorable Speaker, who come from a very peaceful county, and we all know that even the rains come from Nyandarua and the Abadeas before they spread to the rest of Kenya. This just shows you how peaceful Nyandarua County is. I would say that as much as demonstration would take place, let's be mindful of our fellow Kenyans. You can belong to this association, I can belong to this association, but the end of it all, we are all Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, we are aware of countries like Somalia. We have been dispatching our army to DRC Congo, which is recently admitted to the EAC. We are aware of a country like South Sudan. These countries lost their status out of the beginning of such small situations where the demonstration maybe grew to other unexpected situations. So I would plead as a woman that we need peace in this country. We can put our issues and they can be heard without harming others. Honorable Speaker, coming the next week, we are informed that the demos will continue twice a week. Just like the medicine was 1 times 1, now it will be times 2. How healthy will it be? I do not believe that we must demonstrate in a manner where we fight chaos. Even people can go to Uhuru Park and sit if the area can be occupied by 1 million people, and the statement will be made. But this issue of these crashes, though I saw the police try to contain themselves to the maximum level of patience that they could have done, this message can still be passed otherwise. And I believe if we consider Kenya as our only home, we have nowhere else to go, and this is our motherland, regardless of whichever part of the government or opposition we come from, we shall advocate for peace. Demonstrations can be done, and they be done soundly. I want to say that I support the member with this motion, and I want to ask my colleagues, very good colleagues, and I see them, my very good friends, Honorable Kaluma here, Honorable Mili, Honorable Rosa, and every other. Let's consider Kenya as our motherland, and particularly us as women, let's consider that when we harm the peace of those others, we are also going extra against the wishes of every Kenyan. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice to this important debate. Honorable Speaker, I think there are some fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves as leaders in this country. Honorable Speaker, this is the only assembly where every part of this country is represented. Honorable Speaker, if you mentioned any village in this country, you realize that there is somebody who represents that village in this assembly. That being a fact, Honorable Speaker, it means that as we approach issues, we must realize that the issues we discuss here must be issues of public interest. When we discuss issues here, honorable members, it must be issues which promote public interest. First question,
the demonstrations on Monday, were they constitutional? Is there a constitutional provision for them? The answer is yes. As there have been in the past such demonstrations organized by the Azimio side, I normally call them processions, the earlier ones. There have been so many, above 20 honorable members. Have they been peaceful? The answer is yes. Why have they been peaceful? They have been peaceful, honorable members, because the police provided security instead of coming up and becoming brutal to the wananchi. So the reason why we have a problem with the Monday demonstrations is because the policemen, who we do provide budget for every year, or we pay their salaries every month, instead of protecting the public, ended up fighting, throwing tear gas, doing all such things you can imagine to the public. The question is, if the police behave the way they have been behaving in the past, in the other more than 20 processions, would there have been any problem? More likely the answer would be there would have no problem, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, to me the most important question, and that's why I wish my friend Honorable Ichunga was in the House, Honorable Speaker. While I respect Honorable Kira, who is my good friend, if I were the one crafting this motion, Honorable Speaker, I would have asked for an adjournment motion, Honorable Speaker, to discuss the cost of living in this country. So that the ideas we are pushing in this House, Honorable Speaker, are issues will be coming from the majority side and the minority side, sharing experiences, sharing strategies, sharing all what can be done to bring the cost of living in this country down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a common thing in this country. Whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza, every Kenyan is complaining about the cost of living. How I wish we are spending these 2 hours to discuss what strategy we can use to make sure that the cost of living for the Kenyans is brought down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that's why I get very, at times, concerned as a Kenyan. I'm a leader in this country, and by the same time, I'm also a Kenyan. You realize, Honorable Speaker, the kind of energy, the kind of figure, the kind of zeal we use in this House in mentioning individual names, which don't add up an additional plate to our tables, it concerns me. I wish we spend a lot of time discussing things, Honorable Speaker, which can change the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, these demonstrations will continue forever so long as the issue of cost of living is not addressed in this country. So if we want a solution, Honorable Speaker, let the majority leader and the minority leader lead their troops to discuss the cost of living in this country and see how we can bring it down. It could be a budgetary provision, it could be another way, but at the end of the day, it must be brought down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the time you've given me.
Oyembaya, followed by the Honorable Bensouda.
Give me the microphone.
Order me, you'll have here for a moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Protect my minutes.
Proceed, Oyembaya, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to state this, that as we read Article 37, we should never read it selectively. Because Article 37 is very clear. It says every person has the right, peaceably and unarmed, peaceably and unarmed, to picket, demonstrate. But what we saw on the 20th was an army that was invading Nairobi. People who are in military fatigue, who are camouflaging themselves, not as demonstrators, not as picketers, but people whose only intention was to go to State House and evict the President of this Republic of Kenya. And that, by dint of that speech, by whoever made it, those people that are economic saboteurs in this country, that they want to go and evict a sitting president who has been elected and put in office by this constitution, I want to tell you that whoever wants to do that, it will not happen in this country, because the police will protect the President of the Republic of Kenya. And that's what they did that day. Peaceably, Mr. Speaker, we saw people carrying stones and throwing stones at the police We saw that in Kibra. We saw that in other parts of this country. Those are not peaceable demonstrators as expected by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we saw people who were armed and were approaching the police. The police were there stationed to ensure that they give people an opportunity to do their picketing well. And the president said it very well. Whoever wants to do picketing, whoever wants to do demonstration should call the police officers, sit down, have a plan on how that demonstration was going to be done. That's what the president said. But we didn't see the organizers of the demonstration do that. What they did is they gathered themselves, put in some new military uniform in this country, and come out and say now they want to overthrow this government. Mr. Speaker, the police are here to ensure they maintain peace. One of the things to maintain peace is to protect the democratic rights of Kenyans and to ensure the democratic rights of Kenyans enshrined in this constitution are protected. And one of them is to protect the sovereign. And therefore, the police were protecting the sovereignty of this nation against people whose only idea is that they can never lose an election. Every time they lose an election, they think that the election has been stolen. That these same people, that they want to hold this country every year at ransom. That after every 5 years, they must cause chaos for them to be heard. This president has made it very clear. They can make the noise, they can do the demonstration, but there will be no handshake. And if they can't hear me now, they will hear me later because I will still say the same thing. There will be no handshake. Honorable Speaker, they destroyed property in this CBD. A few people who are charged by the inciting speeches that had been made, by people who know nothing else in this country apart from inciting the public. They destroyed property here. We saw a group of young people pull out a rail and throw it on the road. We saw a group of young people pelt buildings in this. We saw a group of people who wanted to attack the Supreme Court here. What were the police supposed to do? To stop it. How do they stop it? They stop it the best way they can. But what happens to the economy of this country? Today, the tourists that were in Malindi, that were in Kilifi, left. They went back. And they said, this country, they can never come to this country. We lost revenue. In Malindi, in Watamu, in the coast region, we lost revenue. Why? Because of these demonstrations. Today, investors leave this country every day.
Honorable Bensuda, followed by Honorable Sioi. The chair has got to be sensitive to the other agenda. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk. I can see you are now relaxed when Bensuda is on the throne. I'm very glad, and as a teacher, I thought that I would get the motion before it was brought here, so that I restructure it to suit the debate in line with the current status of the situation of this country. Yes. When we are talking about we should stop demonstrations, there are no demonstrations. It is expression of the status of this nation. I want to advise and I want to make my contribution in regard to the Monday 20th peaceful march in exercising the opinion in mind, in action, and what Kenyans are undergoing. Yeah. I want to state, as the woman representative of Homa Bay County, this nation is hungry, and there is no question about it. Yes. My second contribution, we were gladly advised by the Vice President that business will run as usual. Who stopped the business? Who told the people to close the business? Nobody advised anybody to close the banks, to shut down the hospitals, to shut down anywhere. Nobody did that statement. Why did Kenyans choose to close? Number three, nobody said that all Kenyans in the 47 countries are going to march to State House. I have heard members contribute that people dressed up in a state that they were going to take over from State House. Myself, I was in white. And I wanted to march peacefully because I represent the youths. I represent the hungry women. I represent the PWDs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to tell you that I was told I am a woman and I'm representing all of them.
Order,
I am
order.
on the floor, Mr. Speaker, sir, can you
What's your
protect
point
me?
of order?
I do not
Honorable
want
Bayer?
interference.
Order. What's your point of order, Honorable Bayer?
Excuse me.
Honorable Bensouda, a moment.
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
while I consider it as an insult to the youth of this country, the age that is put in the website for Honorable Bensouda is about 35 years.
Order.
We would like...
Order, Honorable Bayer, order. Honorable members, order. Order. Proceed, Honorable Bensouda, proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for protecting me. No wonder even the two-thirds gender rule cannot go through in this house. When I'm making substantive statements, and I think he was sleeping, I talked about representation. I didn't talk about youths. Mr. Speaker, sir, I personally witnessed, because I closely navigated this city on that day. I began by the University of Nairobi, the world-class university where I went, and there was heavy firearms at those gates, a conducive which cannot encourage learning. I want to say that when I moved around Kibra and all Langata areas, it was armed policemen and tear gassing. Is that what we call security? Is that what we call peaceful demonstration? I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, we miss concepts, and this country must be brought to order. We want leaders to be fair to the nation. We want leaders to be honest to the situation. When I walked into Parliament, personally, I've taken fruits. There is somebody who had not taken fruits, even for a whole year. Personally, there is a cafeteria there. I have eaten. The people who are demonstrating outside did not see even any form of food on their table. We do not take serious matters into jokes. It is a high time we must raise up and work as leaders of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order. I think the time is up. The time is up. Order. Honorable Sioi, followed by Honorable Korere. A speaker has to look at a number of divides, diversity, regional, party, female, male. Order, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to support this motion by Abraham Kirwa. And I've heard it clearly that my fellow MPs are complaining of the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we don't expect a price of unga to be 70 shillings while we bought fertilizer at 7,000 shillings. The input was so expensive, and the maize that we are eating at the moment is the very same product from the high cost of production that the members of parliament who are complaining here were in that parliament, in the 12th parliament. You guys were in the government. You were with. Yes, you were there. So let us not politicize what cannot be politicized. We cannot continue politicizing what cannot be politicized.
What's your point of order, Honorable Miriam Odhiambo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do apologize for my sister for interrupting her, because I don't like interrupting my sisters when they are speaking. Order. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to be calling us guys, especially given the debate that members have been preoccupied with about guys and women and cross-cutting issues about men and men and women. Mr. Speaker, you cannot call me a guy. I am straight. I have nothing against LGBTQI, but I am very straight. My husband is a man and I'm a woman. Don't call me a guy, please.
All right, I apologize.
Proceed, Madam Sui.
Thank you. So, what I was trying to put across is that the price was raised during the 12th Parliament, and we have to continue until we finish the maize that we planted with high cost. That is one. Number two, we are talking about cost of living going high. There is no one in this house, Mr. Speaker, who doesn't know that the price of fuel went high. Automatically, it is the reason as to why the cost of living has gone high. Mr. Speaker, is it right, Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Member Raila Omolo Odinga to demand that unga? I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
Proceed.
Is it right for him to demand?
What? Order. Yes, what's your point of order? Yeah.
You have just ruled a while ago that we should not actually be able to talk of somebody who cannot defend himself in this house. It is not even 5 minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, when you said that. So what is the honorable member implying? Are they on politics of vengeance, or they are there here to prosecute serious matters, Mr.
Honorable Shahidi, proceed.
Thank you. My question was, I don't think it is right for us to say that we want the cost of unga to be at 70 when we planted using fertilizer that it is at 7,000 shillings. Another point, and that was during the handshake. Another point I want to bring across is the members of parliament were elected to come and defend or speak on behalf of the constituencies. Why are we involving our electorates to go to the streets when you are here and you are not fighting for them, you are not fighting for the cost of living to be low? Because I've not seen anybody bring a motion. It is today that I saw Honorable Kagiri coming up with a motion stating that we have to ensure that the cost of electricity goes low because of the cost of living. No one has come with such a motion to ensure that we are bringing the cost of living down. So, members of parliament from opposition, we are urging you, please bring the issue in the house. Let us debate here. Mr. Speaker, my friend Honorable Mili, we want to Kimbiana inside here. Please, let us not Kimbiana out there. Order. And we are here.
Order. Honorable Korere, Sarah Korere, followed by Honorable Murugara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to this. And Speaker, you know, I don't know whether there is security that matters to some regions and security does not matter to some regions. Because I seriously, when people are saying Nairobi is under attack, yes, we want the properties and the people of Nairobi to be safe. But, Honorable Speaker, I was watching from the comfort of my sitting room the demonstrations. And picketing by constitution is given. And if Kenyans want to express themselves peacefully, so why don't they? And Mr. Speaker, the prowess at which the police were attacking those demonstrators, I sat down and I thought, why can the same police tackle the insecurity in northern Kenya in the same prowess? Well, Honorable Speaker, you know there are some small boys picketing and some few old men, you know, the people who cannot even scare a rat from a hole. And Honorable Speaker, the kind of things we saw displayed by the Kenyan police leaves me wondering, is it really true that they have been unable to combat the insecurity in central Kenya? Where, Mr. Speaker, about 50 bandits, you know, northern Kenya, about 50 bandits have brought the police, the army, name them, the GSU, into a standstill. And Honorable Speaker, honestly speaking, you know Kenyans are watching us. And Kenyans are wondering, did they send us to this house to come and call each other names. Honorable Speaker, from where I sit, I was in Azimio. And honorable members in Azimio, I will say this because I must say, when you refuse to win elections, please deal with your matter. Speaker, yes, when you refuse, because if you have known that in Kenya, for you to win elections, you must steal. You should have invested in stealing the election. Honorable Speaker, and you know, Speaker, no, relax, hold your horses, members. Honorable Speaker, you know, as a mother, my heart goes out for the woman whose son was killed in Maseno. It should not have happened. It should never happen. But Honorable Speaker, if demonstrations has to continue on Monday, we have to propose a few things that they have to list down to add, so that we can also think whether we can join those demonstrations. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say, because you said people should not, name people in this house who cannot defend themselves. I am a Jubilee member, and my party leader, Uhuru Kenyatta, de facto. Uhuru Kenyatta, in 1992, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2007, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2013, there were demonstrations in this country. In 2017, there are demonstrations in this country. For anybody to accuse Uhuru Kenyatta of sponsoring those demonstrations, you must be suffering from something we need to interrogate later. Because, Honorable Speaker, he could not have sponsored demonstrations against his own government. So I want to plead with the leaders. Much as we want to play to the gallery, much as you want to address I don't know who, much as you want to support the government, please don't also become a praise and worship choir just to say things so that some people will hear you've said things. And Mheshimiwa Speaker,
What's your point of order, Honorable Ichung'wah Kimani?
Honorable Speaker, no, I'm keenly listening to the member for Laikipia North. And she purports that Uhuru Kenyatta has been accused of being the sponsor. And I referred to a sponsor. I referred to a sponsor in my speech, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, unless the member for Laikipia North is now substantiating further what I should have substantiated, that indeed the sponsor of these demonstrations is none other than the former Jubilee party leader and former Azimio chair, Honorable Speaker. Two, Honorable Speaker, because I said I was keenly listening to her. The member for Laikipia has also said that there are 50 bandits terrorizing people in the north. Maybe we would also benefit the security agencies in this country if she knows there are actually 50 bandits. Probably she knows those 50 bandits and where they are. Because, Honorable Speaker, you cannot speak as a point of fact, a statement of fact, that she stated as a statement of fact that there are 50 bandits. Number two.
Order. Majority Leader, please take your seat. Order. What order? The member who was speaking is already time exhausted. Order. No. Order. What's your point of order, Honorable Salasia? What's your point of order?
This thing. Yes. Now, Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have had the majority leader, Bwana Ichung'wah, talking here.
In fact, for his information.
No, order. That's not the point of order. Order. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you. Sit down. Thank you very much.
What is your point of order, Honorable
I have the mic.
Salasia? Proceed. What's your point
Thank
of
you.
order?
He's not sure whether he's a man or a woman. Yeah, so I was commenting on this issue, the conduct of the majority leader in this house. The majority leader has missed to have facts to table before this house to substantiate that indeed that is Uhuru Kenyatta who is supporting, who is funding us. We are only the Kenyans because this house has failed to address the issues. So we are going to deal with the Mandamano, whether he likes or not.
Proceed, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you.
Order. Honorable Murugara, followed by Honorable Rosa Buyu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is exciting. As the excitement continues to grow, we debate this. So, Speaker, sir, I've listened to the rhetorical questions that are being asked by especially the other side, both in law and in fact, as regards the demonstrations we had on Monday. One such rhetorical question is whether the demonstrations were actually lawful. Everybody knows what the Constitution says. We also know the qualifications it gives. Therefore, we as much know the answers to the rhetorical questions we are asking. Number one, before the demonstrations took place, we were told the demonstrators would storm State House. Which part of the Constitution or law was that in compliance with? We were also warned profusely that we were not to come to town on that day unless we were participating in the demonstrations. Again, we are asking, which part of the law was that one? Then we were told on that particular day, you open your businesses at your own peril, because if you sell water on that day, please note, if you are not selling, you are giving us for free. If you're selling sodas on that day, you're not selling, you are giving us for free. Now, the question is this: is that lawful? Would we be giving our merchandise to demonstrators for no pay? Isn't that looting? So we were warned up front that these demonstrations would not be peaceful, as a result of which most of the Kenyans kept out of town, most of the Kenyans were not able to go to job, and what happened was those demonstrators who wanted to cause chaos and violence came to town. We all saw them. They were actually armed, and nobody is refusing that, because we would see them pelting policemen with stones. Is that peaceful? Can that be said to be within the parameters of the law, the Constitution, and the statutes that deal with picketing? Let's not deceive ourselves. If this is what is going to continue, we have no problem. But we will continue to commend the police for doing a good job, because they will actually reiterate and they will deal with those who are causing chaos and violence with all the means they are given under the law to execute that. Number two, 3 reasons are being given by the demonstrators or their leaders. That number one, we have to open the servers. The question is, I sat in the Supreme Court when an express order was made that to the requirement of the petitioners, the servers would be opened. They were opened, the court made a report, and there was absolutely nothing to falter. What else are we trying to search in those servers? Number two, the second point that is being raised is high cost of living. And we agree, the cost of living is high. But this did not happen 6 months ago. It has happened over the years. We should be sitting down to know the cost of the high cost of living and the various methods we can use to actually ameliorate that situation. One of them is reduce the cost of input when it comes to production, so that you are able to get better prices. Instead of doing so, we are being told, go to the streets, and tomorrow the president will stand up and say, price of unga is 70 shillings. we may have to live a little bit longer before such a pronouncement is made. The third point being raised is IEBC, that unless we are able to structure IEBC, there will be demonstrations. IEBC is provided for by the Constitution. Number two, we have a statute, the IEBC Act. The appointments that are taking place are in strict compliance with what that law says. How can we then fault a law which we have put into place unless we want ourselves to overthrow our own rule of law? Actually, these demonstrations are not bona fides. They are political. They are what we are calling economic sabotage, because some people feel the only way to try and ruin the government we have today is by doing what they are doing today. They should be condemned, and the police should be enabled to deal with those demonstrations the way the law provides. So I do support that motion.
The Honorable Rosa Buyu, followed by Honorable Naomi Wako. Order, order. Oh.
Mr. Speaker, you've already begun counting on my time, and there's still conversation
Proceed,
going
Rosa
on.
Buyu.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this a little more seriously. The young man of 20 years, William Wamanje, though from Kisii, is actually a student in Maseno University, which falls within my constituency, Kisumu West. That young boy lost his life, and he did not have to die. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when my office visited...
Order.
Mr. Speaker, when my office visited... Mr. Speaker, when my office visited the Maseno police station yesterday...
Honorable Rosa Buyu is going to be heard in silence. Order, honorable members. Proceed, honorable.
When my office visited Maseno police station yesterday, the information they got from the police, the OCS, was appalling. Mr. Speaker, what the OCS said was there were demonstrations in Kisumu town, and so they ferried 3/4 of their men, the police, to Kisumu to quell the demonstrations. When the Maseno University students got out to demonstrate peacefully, and the police decided to use Mr. Speaker, in the long run, what the police said was they had no more tear gas, and they had to resort to live bullets. Mr. Speaker, what happened to rubber bullets? Why must you go to a demonstration with live bullets if not with the intention to kill? Mr. Speaker, Article 37 clearly allows every citizen of this country an opportunity to picket and demonstrate if they so wish. Mr. Speaker, the only people who are armed in these demonstrations are the police. Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Rosa Buyu, let her take her message across. You will have your moment. Don't interject.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today is worried about nothing else but money. But the demonstrations were not just worried about money. The demonstrations are about people. People who sleep hungry days on end. People who are lied to during campaigns that they would have pockets full of money and they would have tables full of food as soon as the new regime came into power, only to discover that they sleep hungry every day. Those are the people who are out on the streets. Mr. Speaker, the demonstrations that you saw yesterday were about Kenyans. Kenyans asking for equitable distribution of opportunities within government amongst 42 tribes of this country, so that not only 2 tribes get involved or get employed within those opportunities.
What's your point of order, Honorable Ichungwa?
Honorable Speaker, I empathize with the Honorable Rosa Buyu. But Honorable Speaker, we cannot use the floor of this House to whip up emotions. And it is a fact that a student of Maseno University was shot dead And it is also a fact, as has been reported, that young man was shot during the Monday demonstrations.
Order.
It has been stated, Honorable Speaker, because it is one thing to
of
say that...
What is out of order?
What is out of order, Mr. Speaker, is when a member rises in his place and purports to be speaking...
Order, Honorable Chunga, order. Proceed, Honorable Rosabuya, finish.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Thank you for protecting me.
You will have your moments.
Mr. Speaker,
Order.
thank you for protecting me from Honorable Ishungwa, because even when I'm not in this house, he says he is so embarrassed. He's so astonished. Where is Rosa Buyu? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform him I am here. This is Rosa Buyu. Mr. Speaker, he's already taken my time and you must give me 1 minute. I plead with you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
You will have no minute, but proceed.
These elections, these demonstrations.
Order. Rosa, you've run out of your time. The Honorable Naomi Wako, followed by the MP for Teso South. Order.
The mic.
The MP for Teso South. Order. Order, Honorable Millie, you will have your moment. Order, please. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion of adjournment, which we all need to contribute because it has affected the lives of Kenyans. It has affected our businesses. It has affected our economy in a very serious way. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have always witnessed demonstration by the opposition. But this time round, I wonder why they are doing it now, because we are only 6 months old, and it is quite clear that they lost the election and lost completely. They would have just waited for another 5 years for them to vie and win the election if that is what they want. But this time, our government and our president is working so hard to recover and to revive the economy that was destroyed in their hands. Today, when they call people to demonstrate in your regime, under the handshake regime, which you participated fully, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. You destroyed our economy. You destroyed everything that Kenya had during that time.
The MP for Migori, woman rep, order, please. Order. Proceed.
You participated in the Uhuru regime.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the demonstration organized was just to destroy our economy, was just to frustrate our government, and I'm here to tell them that our government is strong enough and we will never bow down. And if you think that the practice that has always given you, the handshake, whatever, the nusu mukate, this time round you will not get it. This time round you will not get it. Because we understand, we know very well, during the daytime, they go on the streets, they encourage people to demonstrate, and during the night, they come to us to negotiate. We will never give in. Mr. Speaker, protect me, Mr. Speaker. Protect me, because they may have carried the stones in here. And so, Mr. Speaker, our economy was fully destroyed by these people. And today, they want to bring the same nonsense to the parliament. Because we are trying to talk about that. We are trying to correct the mistake they have made. We are trying to tell people the mistake and the destruction they have caused. And they are shouting, they are pointing fingers, they are standing up as if they are on the street.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether...
Order.
I want to know whether...
Order. Order. Order, order, order. 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 Order, order, order. Order. The Honorable Naomi Wako and all other members of parliament, please address the chair. Address the chair. Don't address yourselves across the aisle. If you have such a burning, issues to raise, and they're very powerful points, you will have your moment. Most of you are going to get time. We have ample time. Order. MP for Cliffy South. Order. Order. The MP for Teso South, followed by the Emilio Diambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. And I think from the onset, I want to say that I support it. And I want to encourage honorable members that let us debate soberly on a matter that is so important, like the one we are debating on. And let's separate it from emotions. Mr. Speaker, when I was coming to Nairobi yesterday from my constituency, I almost lost my flight because of the strikes at Maseno University. And I think as a mother, my sympathy and condolences go to the family that lost their son as a result of the demonstrations. So this is not a matter that we should take lightly. If there were no demonstrations, that boy would not have died. So we must also learn to take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are policy makers, and we have a role to play to contribute towards bringing down that cost of living. So whereas we're talking about high cost of living, and we agree, it has taken a toll, particularly on the low-income households, and especially the hustlers in this country. But is Mandamano going to be the solution? Is picketing going to solve the issue of the high cost of living? There are other options, alternatives, motions, bills, and the budget that we have just approved in the policy statement, that we can channel resources towards programs that are going to improve on the economy and thereby bring down the cost of living. Honorable members, picketing can be done. It is there provided for in the Constitution, Article 37. But can it be done peacefully without interrupting and disrupting the same economy we are claiming that the high cost of living? On Monday, what happened sadly? This country registered low productivity. On that Monday, there are people in those demonstrations who depend on their daily endeavors, depend on their casual work because they live from hand to mouth. They went home and slept hungry because they were engaged in the demonstrations. On that Monday, businesses were disrupted in this country. And on that Monday, the people who depend on services, deliveries, delayed services across the country. So this is not a joking matter. There are many other ways we can address this issue. These issues do not only affect the proponents of the Mandamano. The issues affecting this country affect all of us. And this is our country, we live in it. So if we destroy Kenya today, then where are we going to run to another country? Is there another country that we have beside this country? So let us debate this issue soberly. I agree with you, but there are even people who have suffered, besides even dying, there are people who suffered injuries as a result of the demonstrations. So demonstrations is not the solution. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Busia County and to appreciate them for ignoring the calls for Mandamano. And they continued with their normal business as if nothing was happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Emilio Diambo, Mheshimiwa, followed by the Mheshimiwa Kalasinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family of William Mayange, who was killed in Maseno. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak in this house, there is a family that is grieving, and you can never recover a lost child. So I just want to say pole to the family of William for the loss, unnecessary loss of a youthful life. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya says all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. And Article 1(2) says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through elected representative. And Mr. Speaker, one of the members who was speaking, my dear friend who I interrupted as she was speaking, was saying that we speak here and we should not speak outside and we should not let our representatives speak. I want to educate her that Article 1(2) of the Constitution gives that right, that we can exercise our mandate directly. And when we demonstrate, we are exercising it directly. So we cannot be having tyranny in the house. We can also have tyranny outside the house. Mr. Speaker, I also just want to say that Article 37, and I want to agree with members across the divide, and I want to thank Honorable Muya for speaking very soberly and saying that Article 37 allows for picketing and peaceful picketing. And I want to say both our side and their side are saying the same language. Let us have picketing, which is allowed under Article 37, with no condition, because the Constitution does not give condition, except peaceable picketing. And Mr. Speaker, in peaceable picketing, the mandate lies with the police. The citizen of Kenya does not have arms. Mr. Speaker, those who maintain peace and order are the police. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that those who are killed, as we have heard from the boy who was killed in Maseno, was killed by the police. And I also want to add that when the business community restrained from doing their business, they restrained from doing their business because of fear-mongering by people like my good friend, who I don't want to mention lest he can stay a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that those who close their businesses close because of fear-mongering. And we know my friend who does fear-mongering. Mr. Speaker, because I know other members want to speak, I want to say this. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this House direction, that it is actually wrong for us to be mentioning other people who are not here and calling them names, like regrettably my good friend Honorable Ichung'wah called Honorable Raila an urban terrorist. Mr. Speaker, if it weren't for your order, I could also have called Honorable Ruto national terrorist. But because of your order, I'm not calling him a national terrorist, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that my good friend Honorable Ichung'wah must tell us whether he's also of the LGBTQ community because of his preoccupation with Uhuru Kenyatta. That guy is a man, bwana. Don't be too preoccupied with Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm a woman, bwana. Hey, ni kitu gani wewe?
Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Order. You cannot discuss the conduct of Honorable Ichung'wah without a substantive motion. So you're out of order on that. Order. Come. Honorable Ichung'wah, if we desist, order. If we desist, order. Honorable Oembaya, when the chair is on his feet. Order. I mean, we want to have a situation in which everybody is heard in silence. Whether you don't like it, whether it's outrageous, whatever it is, unless it's absolutely out of the order, or the orderly running of the business of the House, just wait. When you get your moment, rebut. You know what I mean? You get your moment, you can then say the counter and give your counter argument. But if you keep on saying order, point of order, Millie. Can we have the next speaker, Honorable Kalasinga? Order. Are you on a point of order, Mohammed Ali? Is it absolutely necessary? Okay, proceed, Honorable Ichung'wah.
First, Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for protecting me, because the Honorable Millie was on the verge now of discussing me without a substantive motion. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, it is important to point out, and maybe she was not listening to what I said, because if you listen to what I said at the beginning, I indicated when I mentioned about economic terrorism and urban banditry, I said what I have described elsewhere as economic banditry and economic terrorism, Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Millie, as much as you have ruled her out of order, must then withdraw what she has said and apologize to the House. Because
Majority Leader, you made your point. Honorable Kalasinga, followed by the MP for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I am charged. Mr. Speaker. And the charging the Speaker I've had today is that if our friends, Mr. Speaker, who led the demonstration cannot be satisfied with the loss of lives that we had, Mr. Speaker, and they are calling for others on Monday, how many liters, Mr. Speaker, how many liters of blood do they want to see so that they stop this nonsense of demonstrating and testing life in this country? Mr. Speaker, if we have to bring down the demands they have given us, Mr. Speaker, it's very okay. We have no problem with it. But Mr. Speaker, if for example, I was a candidate for Kabuchai, I floored a person. If that person goes to ask me to open the server, where do I get it? Where do I get the Speaker? Raila Odinga, Mr. Speaker, must tell us the truth. Honorable William Samuel Ruto does not have servers to open. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when we want prices of food to come down, prices of unga was 250, Mr. Speaker. In the last regime, they were keeping quiet. We have moved it down to 170. They are making noise, Mr. Speaker. Where do we want? And Mr. Speaker, finally, how do we bring down the price of food? If we don't go to the farm, we stay on the road, picketing and demonstrating. Now rains has come, and rains has come, we must go to the farms. Mr. Speaker, the last word I can say, if you lead demonstrations and you cannot control them, and you cannot control the thuggery they do, I can refer to him again, Uhuru.Raila, as a street robber who is causing problems in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Okay, the Honorable MP from Wajir South, followed by Honorable Kaluma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion of adjournment. I think for the last couple of hours we've been treated to heated arguments on the floor of the House, where we've observed the sides of the House sticking to their guns. But I believe when it comes to the debate on these demonstrations, we need to take a step back and look at actually what is at stake at this point in time and at this point in Kenya's history. Yes, the cost of living is very high. Yes, we have so many problems, and Kenyans have every right to picket and demonstrate. But what the question I want to pose is it actually the right time to demonstrate when our economy is suffering, when we need to lower the cost of living, when we need to do much to fix what is a sorry state of our economy? I come from a business community that suffered a lot during Monday's demonstrations. And we lost one Kenyan's life. I would like all of us to think critically about where our country is at this point in time. And let patriotism reign. I have covered demonstrations and riots and street demos and all kinds of picketing in many parts of the world as a journalist. there are many ways to show your dissatisfaction. But stopping business in two of the most important business districts in the country at this time when we need to fix our economy, I believe, is not being patriotic. And again, responsible opposition requires matters be dealt with in institutions like this one. I would therefore like to appeal to my party, Azimio, to rethink these demonstrations for the sake of Kenya and Kenyans at this critical time when we need to do a lot. I mean, and I just want to point out one thing, Mr. Speaker. Where was the dollar rate on Monday, and where is it today? I rest my case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kamket, followed by the Honorable Muhammad Ali. Order, order, you'll have. Proceed, proceed. Okay. The Honorable Kamket. What is happening? Why don't you go to somewhere where there's...
Thank you, Mr.
Order, order, order.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Republic of Kenya, the country by the name the Republic of Kenya, is a creature of the law. The Parliament of the Republic of Kenya is a creature of the law. The standing orders that we follow in this House are part of our laws. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya directs any question as to the validity of the election of the President to the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. That question was comprehensively addressed at the Supreme Court of Kenya. Any question, Mr. Speaker, as to the validity of election of any member of Parliament has been addressed or are being addressed at the High Court, and so on and so on. Mr. Speaker, listening to the demands made by the opposition, Mr. Speaker, the demands to open servers should have been made at the Supreme Court. They made those demands and they were proved wrong. Mr. Speaker, the demands about the IEBC are demands that are beyond, that are ultra-vires the law. Mr. Speaker, we are not related in this country. We are Kenyans by law. I come from the Pokot community. I am not related in any way to any person from another community except by law. And if we are related by act of marriage, it's customary law, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, for the opposition, Mr. Speaker, to demand that we do anything outside the law is to be anarchists. The behavior, Mr. Speaker, by the leaders of the demonstrations and the demonstrators themselves is nothing other than an act of anarchy. And Mr. Speaker, if that is what they want, Mr. Speaker, they must be prepared for what the police will serve them. Because the police of the Republic of Kenya, the job of the police, Mr. Speaker, is to keep the law. And anarchy anywhere is anarchy everywhere, Mr. Speaker. There can be no law, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, as I speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there is curfew in where I come from, and many sub-counties in the North Rift, because of the behavior of some people. Mr. Speaker, if the law applies to us in the North Rift, it must apply to these anarchists in town. The same law, Mr. Speaker, that applies to us in the North Rift must apply to those people whose aim and whose all aim, Mr. Speaker, is to come and destroy the properties of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, if the cost of living is indeed high, as indeed it is high, Mr. Speaker, we cannot come and start destroying the property of Kenyans because of the high cost of living.
MP for Budalangi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
You have clearly heard Honorable Kamket insinuating that what was happening in Nairobi is comparing to people who are carrying guns in the villages, terrorizing people. And here is a constitution, people following constitution, picketing, demonstration is enshrined in the constitution. It's banditry enshrined in the constitution.
Order. The chair, Raphael, order. The chair does not rule on the basis of insinuations. Order. You have to be very specific. Proceed, Kamket. You have run out of time, Kamket, unfortunately. You have run out of time. Muhammad Ali, followed by Kaluma.
Shukran sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Nimeona hisia tofauti kutoka kwa wabunge.
Order.
Lakini nataka kwanza kuzungumzia kijana aliyeuawa. Tangu mimi kuzaliwa, na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi na umri wa miaka 41. Katika taifa hili ni mtu mmoja peke yake huitisha maandamano. Na haya maandamano si ya amani. Katika kila maandamano lazima mtoto wa watu afe. Hawa watu wanaoitisha maandamano ni wale walifanya zile salamu za check, wakasalimiana, wakapeana pesa, wakapandisha bei ya unga hadi 230. Sasa wanakuja kutufunza sisi vile ambavyo tutaendesha hii nchi. Ni lazima Raila Odinga aambiwe ukweli kinaga ubaga. Waswahili wanasema mgema akisifiwa tembo ulitia maji. Raila Odinga lake amelitia maji na hatutakubali haribu nchi hii. Miaka 41 tutakuwa tukiitisha maandamano. Haya maandamano yanazuia wafanyabiashara kufanya kazi yao. Haya maandamano, Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba unipe na unilinde na unipe fursa niendelee kuzungumza.
Order.
Leo nimetaja Mungu wenyu, lakini ukweli mtaambiwa.
Order. Honorable members. Order. Honorable Muhammad Ali, I had given a previous ruling here in which I said avoid imputing improper motives as much as possible to people who cannot defend themselves here. You can get your message across without mentioning names. Proceed, Honorable Muhammad Ali.
Shukrani sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Unajua kuna watu Mungu wao akitajwa hawatulii. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, yale ambayo nataka kusema ni kwamba nchi hii Rais William Ruto ameshika usukani juzi. Ni miezi 6, hata mimba haingii, mtoto akazaliwa kwa miezi 2. Ni lazima mpatie rais aliye mamlakani nafasi ya kuongoza hii nchi. Hii nchi imeharibiwa na wale ambao wanaitisha haya maandamano. Juzi tumepoteza pesa katika taifa hili. Watoto wameuawa kule Kisumu. Na ajabu ni kwamba Kenya nzima ni sehemu 2 tu inafanya maandamano.
Mbona Mombasa hawana shida? Mbona Central hawana shida? Mbona Northeastern hawana shida? Mbona Western hawana shida? Ni kwa nini ni lazima iwe ni Kisumu, Kibira na hapa Embakasi? Mheshimiwa Spika, tumechoka kama viongozi. Ni lazima hii Kenya iendeshwe katika njia ya haki, katika njia ya kikatiba. Hatutakubali muungano haramu, muungano wa kusumbua wananchi kila siku. Biashara haziwezi fanyika, watu hawezi tembea na amani. Unataka, angalieni Afrika Kusini, wameomba wafanye maandamano. Jifunzeni kutoka kwa wale. Jifunzeni kutoka kwa wale. Sio kuingia barabarani, kupora mali ya watu, kupiga watu, kuumiza watu, alafu mnakuja kusema mutatuongezea maandamano iwe Jumatatu na Alhamisi. Hii nchi iko na serikali, hii nchi iko na Wakenya, hii nchi iko na sheria, na hiyo sheria ni lazima ifuatwe. Hatutakubali tena. Sikiza tena vizuri. Sikiza, usipige kelele kwa mambo ambayo huelewi. Sikiza vizuri. Hatutakubali tena akili ndogo kutawala akili kubwa ndani ya jamhuri hii. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable order. Honorable Kaluma. Order.
Yeah, I thank you.
The MP for
I thank you.
by the MP for Tigane West. Order. After Honorable Kaluma. Proceed.
I thank you. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutunga, you are after the Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for presiding over this important subject. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind ourselves. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind ourselves that. Please, may I make my contribution?
Order. Honorable members, Honorable Kaluma will be heard in silence. Honorable member member for Migori Town, Migori County. Order. Honorable Fatuma. Order. Honorable member for Migori County and your neighbor, please wait your moment to give your positions. You will have a moment. Yeah.
I thank you. Honorable members, allow me to make my point.
Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to remind this House that these great leaders we are talking about were members of Parliament at some point in time like us. A time like this, Honorable Ruto was seated somewhere there or here. Honorable Raila was seated somewhere there or here. I can tell you Kenyatta was seated somewhere here. So I wanted to request all of us that at a time like this, no, the nation is looking at us and let us give leadership.
Honorable Meli, order. Honorable Meli and a few members of Parliament, if you keep on shouting across the aisle, I will do the needful. Proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because I want to be a leader now, let me only quote some provisions of the law. On national security organs, Honorable Speaker, I request the members to hear what Article 239, Sub-Article 3 says. It says, in performing their functions and exercising their powers, the national security organs and every member of the national security organs shall not act in a partisan manner, shall not further any interest of a political party or cause, or prejudice a political interest or political cause that is legitimate under this Constitution. I leave the members to think about what else I'm saying. Honorable Speaker, at Article 239, Sub-Article 5,
Owembaya, listen,
says,
the honorable member, please. Proceed.
I'm reading the Constitution. You want me to help me read? No, you are a leader. You are a leader.
Order. Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, may I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Article 239, sub-article 5 says, the national security organs are subordinate to civilian authority. Honorable Speaker, let me also read Article 245, sub-article 2B. It is not my work to read for you.
What's your point of order? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, he's deliberately avoiding to read 4. A person shall not establish a military or a paramilitary.
Order. MP for Kilifi South. Madam Gogo. One more. Order. Order. Okay, under order, honorable members. The chair is chairing the session. It's not allowed for you to talk across. It doesn't matter whether he's your son or he's your nephew or he's your husband. It doesn't make any difference. He's a member of parliament or you're a member of parliament. Honorable member, when somebody chooses to read certain articles of the Constitution, it is his choice. You are order. You do not tell him that he avoided this. You can rise up on your own moment and read the one that he has avoided. Order, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hope my time was not running. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the command of the police, this is what Article 245, sub-article 2B says, that the Inspector General shall exercise independent command over the National Police Service and perform any other functions prescribed by national legislation. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to take a political or partisan side over this matter. But Honorable Speaker, I woke up in the morning, and this is important to me.
Continue.
I'm bothered when every time there is a demonstration announced by any group, the police go and surround a place like Kibra. Beforehand, I wanted to request you members, those are the people in Kenya who are living hand to mouth. What do you want those people to do when they wake up planning to go and fend for themselves and you have barricaded all roads? How do they take their children to school? How do they live with their families in those tear gas we push there? The struggle we are having is which side should be supporting the police, Honorable Owen Baya. It is not our duty, it should be independent. What was that boy of Maseno University carrying? Was he armed or what was there? I want to request that a time comes when we need to talk as leaders. The problem we are dealing with is caused by this parliament, and that is why I'm saying we need to reflect. Let us reflect, members, how electoral commissions are established across the world and question whether this model is working. Ask yourselves what happened in 1997 under IPPG. What elections did it give us? What elections did it give us in 2002? What was the referendum in 2005? What happened when President Kibaki, relying on the law as we are seeking to do now, created the commission unilaterally for
the MP for Tigania
West. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honourable Speaker, protect me from the likes of Wajala who are making noise.
Order. Proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. Hello. Honourable Speaker. Okay, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this.
Order.
Honourable Speaker.
Order. Proceed.
What is out of order, Honourable Speaker?
Proceed, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are discussing a matter of national importance. Most of us here, Honorable Speaker, are vilifying a very important issue. Honorable Speaker, in this country, one person by the name Raila Amolo Odinga has never organized a peaceful demonstration. Even when he was trying to say that he'll do one this time around, we knew for sure he is going to organize a chaotic one. Honorable Speaker, I wonder where picketing involves removing, destroying the infrastructure. I wonder where picketing involves people fighting the police. Honorable Speaker, we have a constitution and law in this country, and we have a law enforcement agency. Those who produce the constitution and the laws of Kenya must have known that there is need for enforcement at some point. That is why we have the police protecting the Kenyans and Kenyan businesses. When we have people's lives being lost in such incidences, Honorable Speaker, we should be asking ourselves one question. Supposing the rest of Kenya rises up, supposing everybody rises up in this country and decides to fight for themselves, where would these few people be? They should know that they lost the election because they are few. If you are just so few and you lost the election, you have always lost the election in this country, that person should have lost hope. What we need to advise Raila Odinga is that he should lose hope because he has lost the election every time. There is not a single time he has won. Every time you pretend you have won and he has never won. So we better say the truth here. And he should take it from us that the only way Kenyans will go is through the ballot and through an election. There is no negotiation. There cannot be a negotiation for a family. If Raila Odinga was really democratic, would we have his brother in parliament and a sister in parliament? Would we have a son, his daughter in the East African parliament? Would we have all that? What kind of democracy is that, Honorable Speaker? What democracy is that? Is that what you want to teach the other Kenyans? Is that what you want us to believe? We cannot believe that. Kenyans will not do what Raila wants. And even if he rose on the road, he will have to wait for 5 years for another election. We are not going to be allowing some of these things to be going.
Order. Honorable Memusi, what's your point of order? Order.
Honorable Speaker.
There's no mover to reply on this.
Honorable Speaker, this is a house.
Order.
This is a house of rules.
Order. Yes, Honorable Memuse, you on a point of order?
Speaker, this is.
Okay, the Honorable Waluke can now take. Are you on a point of order?
Yeah.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Memuse?
Speaker, this is a house of rules, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And the only way we can debate in an orderly manner.
He is on a point of order.
The only way, Mr. Speaker, we can debate in an orderly manner is if we follow the rules.
Absolutely.
That you rule on that seat.
Yeah.
You have stated here that nobody should mention names of those who cannot defend themselves here. Mr. Speaker, please, if that is a ruling, please, if any member wants to debate, avoid mentioning names. We will debate on this issue on sober.
Order. Madam, we will have, who is on a point? You're on a point of order on the speaker, and the speaker is standing. Order. Honorable members, if it is the public functions of anybody who is a public figure, that public function can be discussed, including the president. You can say the president sent the forces, did this, did that. The Honorable MP for Tigania West, you're a lawyer. What about you are Kiboret? I can forgive you because you're a first timer. You don't talk when the chair is on his feet. Order. Order. Listen. I am hesitating very much because of the interest in this thing for me to throw out many of you. But I'm sure one of these days somebody is going to do that. The point I'm trying to tell you is that I'm trying to educate you on how to use your mandate and practice it very well. You can discuss the public functions of any public member, any member of the public. The only thing you cannot discuss is private matters or her private matters. You can discuss the public functions of the president and say that he ruled this, he did this, it is wrong, you cannot, but then discuss that matters that are private. So if you just listen that, and for God's sake, if somebody says that a leader of the opposition organized these things and did this and this, it is perfectly in his right. And for you to be a dignified member of parliament, to behave like somebody out there in the crowds, the moment somebody's name is mentioned, you keep on shouting, it doesn't make any, it denigrates and lowers your own dignity as an individual. Nobody is the holder of the dignity of somebody else. You are a holder of your own dignity. The way you conduct yourself in the house here is what is going to make you the responsible, dignified leader Kenyans are looking for. And shouting does not include that. For God's sake, don't engage across. So, Honorable Member, you have finished your time, in my opinion. It's Waluke's turn. Followed by order. Order. I'm on my feet. Order. Order. I know your time has been taken, but that's unfortunately the nature of things. Order. Order. Waluke is going to talk, and he's going to be followed by the MP for Taita Taveta. Order. And all of you will get, listen, honorable members, when somebody is on the chair here, he has to do quite a bit of balancing. Order. Fatuma, I have all along been restraining myself because you are not doing good. Please. Order. Continue. MP Waluke.
Members, Kikalia.
Yeah, what's the point of order, the MP for? But point of order on what? He has not started talking. On the ruling of the Speaker. On the ruling of the Speaker. I'm blind. Yes, Margaret, Kiboret.
Can we confirm whether we have the quorums with the Speaker, sir?
Order. Order. Yes, Kiboret, what's your point of order? What's your point of order, Kiboret?
Give me the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point of order is we are forced to shout because you don't give us chance, and you first-timers and women, you don't give us chance, and you have turned us into hecklers in this one about Mr. Speaker. Give us chance to...
Order. 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 Proceed, Honorable MP for... Yes, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you need to balance. If you have picked from the other side, those people from the other side again come and sit here, and you want to pick them the way you have picked Waluke. Waluke is on the other side. It is well known. So we need somebody from this side. Waluke is not ours.
Order, Waluke, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me chance also to contribute on this.